we have the sponsors card. We do have a member of the public, and we have a couple other cards from agencies. If there's anybody here that does wish to speak on this bill, if you could please give me your card now instead of waiting till the end, just because we're trying to coordinate our order, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you. Good morning. Before we open our first hearing, if you all please join me to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Our chairman had a little bit of a detour this morning due to some roads, and it sounds like an accident. So I'm up, and we are opening the hearing for House Bill 1566, and we recognize Representative Bohm to introduce his legislation.
Thank you, Madam Chair and the Criminal Justice Committee. I am Ralph Bohm, Hillsborough District 14, Town of Litchfield. And I'd say my 16 years, I think this is the first time I've been criminal justice. Anyway, this bill was put forward to make sure there's transparency in local police investigations. Two instances I will mention here. One is a vehicle fatality case that happened in Derry. A motorcycle with two people and a car were involved in the accident, and 2 people on the motorcycle were killed. There's a lot of disagreement as to who was at fault. Heard some testimony that the car crossed the double line, another that the motorcycle was speeding to catch up with their group. At first, the report was that the motorcycle was at fault. Then I believe the final report that was an accident and no one was at fault. I also heard that the town of Derry also had the Manchester police investigate, and they came up with the same conclusion. And would they come up with a different one? The insurance companies paid settlements against the car driver. Insurance companies paying out. The Derry Police Department is under a lot of scrutiny because of this. If this happened in a small town, the state police could investigate and understand that they have a unit that does this, investigate vehicle fatalities for towns or cities that don't have their own unit. Another case where this bill is needed, when I was a selectman some decades ago, there was an incident where a town department head appeared to have some monetary issues. We couldn't have our local police investigate because the then police chief was having an affair with that department head. It would have been nice to have that investigated. What this bill does is have the governing body, selectmen or town council, or county attorney or county sheriff, get the state police to investigate. Should be noted, in my town of Litchfield, the state police would investigate because we're a small town. So they have a unit that does this. I doubt that there would need to be a financial note. State police now investigate murders, etc., investigate fatalities in a small town, and that number is fluid. No one knows how many. And I doubt the instances would not be that much. And why would any department be against another set of eyes to investigate? As a former city manager said to me, if someone objects, what are they trying to hide? Also in this, I have an amendment. The name was spelt wrong, so it's a one-line amendment. And I asked OLS, do I need an amendment for a misspelt word? And they said yes. So also included is the a member of the family that did sort of their own investigation and investigate a bunch of emails, investigate the different departments and sent emails as to what was said. So with that, I'll end my testimony.
Thank you, Representative. So basically what this bill is doing is is basically allowing for another department or the state police. Could you just
Right.
So to have another police department investigate if something
Well,
needs
the state police do
state
investigate.
police. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Right. Well, as they do in small towns and whatnot anyway.
Okay. Representative Muse?
Could you just explain a little bit more about what the circumstances were around the dairy incident that led you to file the bill?
Well, the point was, as far as I know, and I didn't watch any of the videos or anything, so I'm just, hey, if there was a motorcycle, I believe, going around the circle, a bunch of motorcyclists going around the circle in Derry, and I guess the last one was the ones in this incident, or next to the last, if I remember correctly, and the car had pulled out and hit the motorcyclist. Now, was the motorcyclist speeding? I don't know. Did the car go through a red light, stop sign, or cross a double line? I don't know. Those are just stories that I've heard. I wasn't there, so I can't really say. But the thing is, it's just, hey, with all the pressure going on against the Derry Police Department, I think this would have been the right thing to do at that time. Just put another set of eyes on it in the future so that could happen if something like that happened again.
Representative, you're recognized for follow-up, but there's definitely been an investigation done, so we just want to try to leave those details out and just stick with.
All right, I'll hold off till then.
Okay, thank you. Representative Stone?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So just to clarify, does your bill target really police misconduct, or is it?
No, it's just a separate eyes looking at a situation. And in some cases, like, for example, if I was a police chief and something like this happened in my town, I would welcome, hey, I don't want the pressure. Let's have another set of eyes looking at this to come up with a conclusion that won't show any bias against my police department or the town.
Follow up. Isn't that alleging misconduct?
No. No, I mean, if I was, like I said, I would want another set of eyes. Like the former city manager had said to me, hey, if somebody's against another set of eyes looking at something, then they're hiding something. But hey, if I believe in this case they had Manchester look at it, but that's another police department. But having the state police look at it they might come up with the same answer. They might come up with a different answer. But it's not misconduct. It's just having another set of eyes looking at things.
So you're seeking validation.
What?
You're seeking validation.
It just maybe a validation or an invalidation. I mean, we don't know. That's why my bill says a separate investigation to come up with a separate conclusion.
Thank you.
There's no misconduct in anything.
Any further questions? Representative Murphy?
Oh, thank you. And thank you for taking my question. So would this be a request that anybody that had concerns about the outcome of, or the determination of a police department, that the next step would automatically be the request made to a town government entity, so that state police would be step two? I mean, it's the situation you're talking about. It sounds like there were two investigations, the first one by Derry and the second one by Manchester. So your suggestion would be it would not be another police department, it would just be the state police.
Right. The thing is, it's not anybody. It's the town council or selectmen, depending on the town, the county attorney or the county sheriff. It's not just anybody. And it's in this case, it's for any future, not for past.
Thank you. So are there any criteria upon which that second investigation would be? Is it just like if somebody disagrees with the findings of a police department,
No,
or they have a question?
This would be for the findings. What my bill says, if you think there's going to be, not before, if you think there's going to be an issue, then the county attorney or the county sheriff or the town council. And for example, in this case, if I was the police chief and seeing there's going to be a problem, I would go to my town council and say, hey, get the state police to do it. Be that way. I don't my police department is not put under any pressure, which they are now with press and whatnot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm trying to clarify based on what you've answered. So would this be for any matter? Like, I mean, I represent Durham, and we often have incidences of people being significantly inebriated and needing things, and they often challenge that. So if someone were to persuade a council member, would that then be subject to state investigation for review? I'm trying to figure out where the guardrails are to stop it being
that-
from every incident
Well,
to
that's
the ones
what-
that are relevant.
Yeah, limiting it to like the town council or selectmen can request the county attorney or the county sheriff. So it's limited to not just anybody. So they have to agree with you. So it's not going to be open to anything. That's why it's not going to be that. And in the case in Litchfield, what happened was we couldn't have an investigation done. You know,
Representative Newman?
And just to clarify, when it says the municipal body, a request from the municipal body would then be a result of a vote by the governing body to determine to do that. It's not just one individual on the
Right.
governing body. Okay, thank you.
well, it could be the county attorney as one individual
Right.
or the county sheriff.
Other than the people named individually for a governing body, it would not
Right.
just be an individual.
Right.
Sorry about the follow-up.
Right.
Representative Stone?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Doesn't the county attorney already have the ability to initiate a review of any criminal or cases that go before their office?
They can review, but they don't have the manpower and whatnot to do an investigation. This way would get the unit that normally does those investigations do the investigation, like the state police.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you.
Marion Scotus? Ms. Scotus, if you could just please push the red button, and if you need to, you can also bring that microphone closer to you so you don't have to reach for it. When the red button comes on, you're good.
Morning.
There you go.
Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. This is my daughter and her boyfriend. They were young. She was 20, he was 21. They got into a motorcycle accident on 4/13 of this year. I did not do anything the first month. It was Mother's Day the first time that I asked the PD what was going on with the investigation. And I got lied to and told horrible things. We've never dealt with the law in my family ever. So this is our first experience ever with any type of law agency. So when I left, I called back and asked, can I have a copy of the meeting that we just had? And he said, well, no, there is no video, which didn't make sense. So I called the town administrator to be screamed at and told he stands by his police department and hung up the phone. I then called the town council and spoke with Erin Spencer, I believe her name was. After I spoke with her about an hour later, Lieutenant Breen called and said, oh, we have the video, but sorry, there's no audio. And that was that. So it just, you have the paperwork, it spiraled. I tried to go, I went to the town administrator, I went to the town councilor. This woman, I asked them to get someone else to do the investigation. She was a longtime social worker in the town of Derry for 12 years, which works very closely with the police department and the court system. They refused. Manchester did not do a full investigation. They did an accident reconstruction only to find out the speed of the motorcycle. And I will tell you, Adam was speeding. He was. But the lady failed to yield. She crossed the double line into their lane on a straightaway, and they hit them and died. They protected these people to the hilt. On the scene, they wrote a ticket that she failed to yield. Somehow, they took that off. She didn't even get a ticket. They told me she had no fault. I did a report with the DOJ because I just couldn't believe that that's how somebody in uniform would act, the way they were treating us. So I did a report to the DOJ, and I got an email back saying, if you have problems with the chief of police, deal with the county attorney. Okay. So I then had my attorney send 2 letters to the county attorney requesting a meeting to talk about the police department's actions and how they treated us and the lying that was going on. The first letter she completely ignored. The second letter, we got a call, my lawyer got a call from the victim advocate Callahan, who set up a meeting which we thought was to talk about the police department's behavior. Instead, she had the police chief there, advocated for him, and they advocated for the woman that was driving the car. So when we got home, I called the DOJ, said, who sent this email? Could I talk to whoever told me to do this? Because nothing got addressed. Oh, no one signed the email. We don't know. I have that email. No one knows. I'm disgusted at how this all went because it doesn't make sense. 1 and 1 need to make 2. I got paid out a lot of money. I mean, hundreds of thousands of dollars. The operator of the motorcycle got paid out hundreds of thousands of dollars. The other person that dropped their bike got paid out. But yet they said she has no fault. They even took the ticket off. Like my daughter didn't matter. And I assure you she mattered a lot to all of our family. I'm at wit's end. At this point, I did another investigation with the DOJ asking who sent the email? What's going on? Nobody wants to address it. That's still going on today. It's as far as yesterday was the last emails we have going. She was a social worker in the town of Derry for 12 years and a longtime resident. She didn't even get a ticket for killing 2 kids. She crossed a double yellow line. They should have passed the case that somebody could have been objective, somebody that hadn't worked with her. They could have done the right thing. I feel like my whole family was completely failed by the state. And we have never, ever been any pressure on the system. I have a great kids. I don't know. That's about the side. This is New Hampshire. This is where I raised my family. And this is what we've gotten. I don't know. 1 and 1 need to make 2. I don't care if they tell me it makes 468. It doesn't. 1 and 1 will always make 2. That's all.
Ms. Skodas, what is your daughter's name?
Her name is Katina. She was 20. She was a hairdresser. She owned her own business. She was not a loser. So I don't know. But she mattered as much as that social worker. She mattered. I don't care who you know, because right now it leaves us feeling like it matters who you know as to what gets done. And it's disgusting. At some point in my life, I would hope that I can sleep through the night again. Because I wake up with these questions, and there is no shutting it off. And I am grieving my daughter, but it isn't about that. 1 and 1 needs to make 2. It doesn't.
Ms. Skodas, if you would please, if you wouldn't mind, please, would you give the picture of Katina to Representative Selig just so we can have that passed around to the committee? And thank you for your testimony. And on behalf of the entire committee, please accept our condolences for your loss of your daughter, Katina.
Thank you for listening.
Chief Ollenberg.
We can get bigger chairs, maybe. Good morning, Chairman Roy and members of the committee. My name is Alan Aldenberg. I'm the Chief of Police in Manchester. I'm currently the current president of the Hampshire Association of Chiefs of Police. I, too, offer my condolences to the family. It's a very tragic situation, but unfortunately, I come before you today to express our opposition to House Bill 1566. This amendment is unnecessary, in my opinion, has significant potential to create an undue burden on the New Hampshire State Police resources that are already stretched thin from unprecedented challenges in retention and recruitment in the law enforcement community. I also believe this amendment could be harmful to the integrity of criminal investigations and possibly result in the unfair impeachment of witnesses who may end up being interviewed twice as part of two separate and independent investigations. First of all, why do I feel that the amendment is unnecessary? Because there is already an effective mechanism in place to address perceived deficiencies in investigations performed by local police departments. If a victim feels that their local police department did not perform its due diligence in investigating a criminal matter, currently they have the option of working with either the Public Integrity Unit at the Attorney General's office or directly with their county attorney's office to have the investigation reviewed. If upon review, new investigative avenues are uncovered, the local police department are responsible for pursuing those avenues. I believe that is misguided to shunt that responsibility to the state police, as this would inevitably create a bottleneck in delaying the timely administration of justice. Local police department investigators are more than capable of performing follow-up recommendations by the county attorney's office or the attorney general's office. These detectives and investigators have been certified by the same police academy that state police investigators attend, and they often attend the same in-service investigative training and courses as their state police counterparts. There is no reason to have state police investigators essentially redo a local police department's investigation based upon a simple request and nothing else. Doing so would duplicate efforts and be a waste of resources. In its current form, HB 1566 does not require any specific criteria to be met before bringing in state police investigators. Furthermore, a potential unintended consequence of this legislation is that New Hampshire State Police ends up reinvestigating every high-profile case from across the state, whether or not the local police department performed thorough and thoughtful investigations. This could end up being the default, as local leaders seek the perception that they have done all they possibly can for victims by requesting a complete reinvestigation of these matters by the state police. It could become routine across New Hampshire that in every instance that local police failure to make an arrest in a high-profile matter, the leaders in the local municipalities automatically request the intervention of state police for cover, with no consideration as to whether or not the local police department performed their due diligence. This would be a terrible waste of resources and one that taxpayers of New Hampshire should not have to bear. Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, this amendment is harmful to the integrity of criminal investigations, and that it could create false perceptions related to the credibility of witnesses by requiring the state police conduct separate and independent investigation. If a witness is interviewed twice by two separate agencies about the same matter, with one interview taking place days after the incident and another taking place weeks or months after the same incident, it is quite possible that the witness could give slightly different accounts in each of the two interviews. This is why criminal investigators typically do not interview the same witness multiple times about the same thing, because a defense attorney could later exploit these differences in statements to try to impeach the witness. It is my opinion this could be yet another unintended consequence of this proposed legislation. I ask you to consider this last question. What is the recourse if one is not satisfied with the investigation as completed by New Hampshire State Police? Where do they go? In conclusion, and for the reasons I've mentioned, I urge you not to support the passage of this bill. Although I am sure that the sponsor of this amendment has the best intentions, we think that in its current form, this legislation is highly problematic. I'm happy to take any questions you have.
Chairman Roy.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. I have a question regarding things that can be done to avoid the appearance of impropriety. So is it possible under the current law, if a police chief or the town administrator, whoever's over the police chief, sees a case come up, that there could be some conflict? Does the chief or the town have the option of requesting an outside investigation before they start, rather than repeating another investigation?
I do that now, Chairman. I can tell you in 2023, I think I conflicted out 3 cases to the New Hampshire State Police that my officers, detectives, investigators didn't touch. It came to our attention. We recognized immediate conflict, and we conflict out the state police.
Is there any rule that you're aware of, or any common procedure across the state for that, or is it based on just your individual take at the time?
For me, it's governed by policy,
Yeah.
best practices.
Yeah.
And if you have any sense that you're going to have a conflict with a case, I immediately will contact my county attorney and explain what we have. And you take it a step further. We conflicted out the state police. When they issue their findings, my county attorney generally then will conflict out to another county attorney for them to look at the findings to decide if criminal charges should be brought forward. So there's a system in place that works quite well. And I don't think we need to, this is something we don't need to touch, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Representative Prue.
I know I came in a little bit late, but it sounds like the system failed this family. How do we fix that?
I can't, other than, I don't want to get into details of that case. I don't think the investigation that was done, based off what I read and what my department got involved in, I don't think the investigation failed the family. Perhaps there's some, non-police matters that could be addressed by the town. That's not for me to say. These are unfortunate incidents where motor vehicle crashes. I think people sometimes automatically have a perception that somebody's at fault, but when you investigate and reconstruct and apply the applicable statutes, sometimes you come to these unfortunate conclusions that nobody's probably ever going to be satisfied with.
Well, I get that, but it seemed like they didn't even get any information explaining all of that. They just got left hanging in the breeze. And maybe I'm wrong, but I'm just trying to wrap my head around this.
And that could be the case, Representative Prue, but again, it would be inappropriate for me to,
Yep, I get it. Just
I
kinda
get
putting
your
that out
question,
there
though.
that it seems to be an issue. Sorry, follow up.
Recognized for a question.
Yes, I'll
Okay.
get to that. It seems to be an issue. How do we fix that?
I think if, again, like I said in
Yeah,
my
I know.
testimony, no, I think I'll answer you best I can. I think if a victim or a victim's family is not satisfied with their performance of their police department, that they can go to the Public Integrity Unit. They can go to the Conduct Review Committee. The things that this body has put into place, which I think is valuable and is working well, that's where they can go to air those grievances.
I'll let it go at that.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Muse.
Thanks for taking my question.
Yes, sir.
To what extent do you think police officers in this situation, or the folks who are interacting directly with victims, would make potentially the family of a victim aware of a route like the Public Integrity Unit or going to a county attorney? Is that something that that is well known by police, and is it something that officers are actually instructed to tell people in situations like this if they have a problem with the investigation?
Yes, I can only speak for my agency, but yes, we do that. And I think we have a public here in New Hampshire that's very well educated on what's available to them as a secondary or third resource if they're unhappy with their police department, that, again, that this body has put into place. So if somebody's not familiar with it, then we can certainly point them in the right direction, and also a victim advocate that I'm going to make the assumption was assigned to this grieving family. Did that, how did that victim advocate perform? I'm going to assume well. I don't know. I'm not involved, but that's really the role of a victim advocate, to work with the family to make sure they understand what's going on with the process, and that they are being kept apprised, to Representative Prue's point, all along. I mean, that victim advocate is a critical role in these type of unfortunate circumstances. If the victim role is if the victim advocate is deficient, then you're going to have the concerns that you rose. I agree.
Representative Selleck?
Thank you very much, and thank you for taking my question. While we know that most police officers tend to have integrity in our state, we also know that there are some who...
Representative Selleck,
Yes?
please do not speak of officers' integrity or point blame to officers in this committee.
I am not doing that.
Representative Selleck, please ask your question.
Thank you. We know that sometimes there are officers who forget how they're supposed to behave. And in that case, there's opportunities where missteps might take place. You're saying that, if I'm understanding, you're saying the family's recourse is to go to a county attorney who's an elected official. How do they know what to do if the county attorney is also still not providing the support that you're saying that they would be directed to get? What's their option to get the appropriate?
Well, I would say that, to your first point, there's people in every profession that misstep.
Yes.
So I'll take exception to that first comment. But the second one, if they choose, they go to their county attorney. I have no reasons in this case or any case in my experience to doubt the integrity of professionalism of a county attorney, whether elected or not. They're in that position to do a job. If people don't feel that they're doing their job appropriately, then I encourage a victim or a victim's family to go to the Public Integrity Unit, to go to the Conduct Review Committee, where these things can be addressed if they have an issue with law enforcement. That's what these things were put in place for. This bill is not going to change that. There's already systems in place to validate investigations and to raise concerns about the alleged behavior of a law enforcement official.
Chairman Roy?
Thank you, Chief. Last question I have on a citation. Is it unusual to issue a citation on the scene before the accident reconstruction? Because doesn't that possibly lead to having to withdraw or change?
I mean, if there's a clear violation, again, I'll just use generic investigations on involving motor vehicle crash. If there's a clear contributing factor to the crash at the scene, whether it's your minor accidents, then yes, officers will issue a summons at the scene for failure to yield, stop sign violation, speed, if it's clear that that was a contributing factor. Generally, with my agency, if we're investigating a serious bodily injury crash or a fatal motor vehicle accident, we usually reserve all that until the investigation is completely done.
It could follow up. Is it unusual to have a citation withdrawn after it's issued?
I've seen that done before. Yeah.
Thank you.
Representative Newman?
You've mentioned several people that you can go to when you have a problem with an investigation, whatever the problem happens to be. And I think it was Public Integrity Unit, County Attorney, Victim Advocate. Are there any others?
Conduct Review Committee. Conduct Review Committee that was established, began taking in complaints in January of 2023 over Police Standards and Training Council.
Yeah, and just to follow up, where do they go to find out where these people are? I think that maybe in the circumstances of an accident like that, and then the conditioner, do they get that from the city or the town or?
City, the town, website. There's RSAs on it, again, that this body established.
Thank you.
Representative Pratt?
Chief, I have
Do you have policies in place, or is it common practice as the president of the New Hampshire Police Chiefs? Is it common practice around the state of New Hampshire to have a procedure to call in the state police reconstruction team if anybody in a town employment is involved in the accident?
Yes, there's probably a handful of municipalities in the state that have a fully trained accident reconstruction team. Myself, I believe Derry does. Your mid-sized, larger agencies tend to. They'll have one or two officers in your smaller community that may be trained accident reconstructionists. But what you will find in your smaller communities, they will call in New Hampshire State Police accident reconstruction team to handle it, particularly a fatal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you for your time.
Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you for committee. My name is Representative David Love. I represent Derry where this accident happened. And, you know, this is about police integrity being called into question for me. You know, I've had a lot of people call me really questioning the integrity of our police department. And because of this, I'm told that the woman was well connected with the police department. And like Representative Roy mentioned, you know, the citation was pulled back, and you know, I've seen the video of you know, the motorcycles leaving the Derry traffic circle, and you could see the video probably 100 feet up after they headed north on the bypass, and nobody was going very fast, and they're blaming this on motorcycle speed. You know, the integrity. A lot of people are calling into question the integrity of the Derry police. That's not a look we want. You know, the current policies, you know, of the police departments in New Hampshire have failed this family, and we've got to do better. And if this bill will alleviate that problem, you know, I think it should be, you know, voted on to pass.
Representative Stone.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Does Derry currently have a police commission?
I don't think they have a police commission. They have, you know, they have the chief and the captains and what have you.
Follow up. So the chief directly responds in the departments under the authority of the city manager or town manager?
Yes, I believe that's how it works.
Thank you.
No more. There aren't any more questions. Thank you. Mr. Broadhead.
Good morning. Morning, Mr. Chair, Chairman Roy, Vice Chair Rhodes. My name is Matthew Broadhead. I'm an Associate Attorney General at the Department of Justice. I'm here today in opposition, but mostly in a technical capacity. There are a number of issues that with the bill that we have that we just wanted to flag for your information. Understanding, and I'm very empathetic to the situation that arose that and the tragedy that befell this family, and my heart goes out to the family and to Katina's friends and all that were affected by this incident. Were the legislature to pass this bill in its form, for our office to be ready to support it, would need a number of technical changes. First of which I'd point out, excuse me, that the Solicitor General is not an Inspector General. Our state does not have an Inspector General. The Solicitor General's responsibility at the DOJ is not criminal in nature. They oversee the all appeals to the Supreme Court. It's not an office. It's a person who is really the chief legal officer that advises the Attorney General. Really has no oversight into criminal prosecutions at all. And it also, the bill, the way it reads right now is our office only plays like a pass-through role. There's no overseeing. It just, we collect information and then pass it off on to state police. We don't see why that couldn't, if the committee were to pursue this function, why it couldn't just go to state police. But also, I just want to reiterate what Chief Aldenberg said. There is a process in place. And whether it was followed in this instance, I don't know. But there is a process. It's well known to those in the law enforcement community. If there's an officer who's alleged to have engaged in misconduct during the course of an investigation, we had legislation that passed that went into effect last year through the Lee Act process, the Governor's Lee Act Commission. And so those reports of misconduct, it creates a statewide repository for complaints of misconduct at Police Standards and Training Council. And there's a misconduct review committee that oversees, takes a look at the investigation, looks at any sort of internal investigation that might be associated with that, and makes recommendations. To the extent in the law right now, they are the hub. And if there is a public integrity violation that is identified by Police Standards and Training, they cease their investigation and then refer it over to our public integrity unit at the DOJ, who then follows up. If there's no complaint of misconduct, or maybe the misconduct was unfounded or not sustained, and it's a review over the validity of the investigation, or maybe there was just, maybe it wasn't thorough or complete, those decisions get first initially reviewed by the county attorney's office on prosecuting decisions in the most instances. These are for non-homicides. And the county attorney makes a decision on whether or not to prosecute a particular individual based on the facts and circumstances of the cases. And if somebody is dissatisfied, a victim, member of the community, the police chief is dissatisfied with the prosecutor's decision, all of those get funneled to our office in the Criminal Bureau, the Division of Public Protection, which the Solicitor General is not in. And those get reviewed for what's called an abuse of discretion review. And our office does take those seriously. We review the facts and evidence and make a determination of whether or not the prosecutor abused their discretion in determining not to charge somebody. So I do think that's, as I've outlined it, that's generally the information's in the law enforcement memo. It's communicated and trained on with certainly with prosecutors, and it's a process that's just well known in the state. Could it be codified in law? Sure, it could be. It's not. The reason why that it isn't is that there's a general supervisory authority that our office exercises over the county attorney's office. So we don't really see the need for that. So we just wanted to bring those items to your attention. And just as written, we are opposed to it, but if it needs further work, we're happy to engage with the committee.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Representative Muse?
Is it problematic for you in any way that the audio appears to have been either redacted or never recorded on the tape?
So I can't talk about the actual investigation itself, but I would say that in general, if there's any sort of, we do have, because I don't know whether the footage that you're talking about, is it body worn camera footage or is it some other footage? But if there's any evidence or even the appearance of some sort of foul play that would have caused that to happen, then I would say that that's an issue that's addressed in current law under RSA 106L, which would be a complaint of misconduct against an officer. And we do have just a mention of body-worn camera footage. There are pretty substantial restrictions on what can and can't be done with body-worn camera footage and how it's to be preserved. So if there were to be a preservation issue that's related to that, then that would be of highest concern for the Misconduct Review Committee.
Thank you.
Representative Selig?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I just, at this opening of your testimony, you said the Solicitor General is not the something, and I didn't catch the words to write that down.
Yep, it's not the appropriate person in our office that would review something like this.
You gave a term.
Oh.
I'm sorry, you said the Attorney General is not the something. You gave another word for it. I just didn't hear what that word was. I'm sorry.
Oh, the inspector general. Thank you. Yes. Some states have inspector generals that that are act as a similar to what our misconduct review committee does. And they will look to see whether there's any sort of improprieties. And our state opted to move that function into police standards and training.
Representative Newman?
Sounded like since the Solicitor General wasn't the right place, this may not be the correct law that should be amended. Do you have any idea about where it should go if it does not belong here?
Well, I think RSA 106L would be a good candidate. There's the criminal. That's a good question. One I did not prepare for. There's the Attorney General statute is generally found in two places. It's RSA 21M and RSA 7. There is in RSA 7 a division of public protection that is established. And that is the division that oversees all criminal cases in our office. It's the criminal side of the house as opposed to the civil side, which is where the Solicitor General is.
Follow up. I'm looking at what the law says here, and you indicated there would be additional work, and this could require all kinds of things. And it says so assuming that you got a request from one of the people in the bill. It says on receipt and review, the Solicitor General, maybe it's the Attorney General or someone else, it should be, or the designee shall direct the state police. I always have trouble with the word shall and the word may. So, I mean, I would prefer to see may, but only if the review that we're talking about is sufficient to where maybe if you got in a case similar to this, a request for a review, that it would be a robust review and you could either maybe come up with it should go forward to the state police or not go forward to the state police. I mean, and could you just comment on that?
Yeah, there are certainly cases that are unlike other cases. And so discretion is always, whenever there's limited resources, discretion is always preferred. What shall creates is that if there is, it creates the instance that in every single case that everything needs to be fully reviewed. That certainly would be problematic from a resource perspective, because the reality is there's only so many people to be able to do that. When we did do a fiscal note on this, we indicated that if we were to take on this role, it would require a full-time investigator, a full-time, I think, paralegal, and a prosecutor. So there's a hefty role that would need to be played in conducting this type of review. That may be less if it's a more discretionary role.
Thank you.
Chairman Roy?
Thank you, Attorney Broadhead. If the law said simply that in cases where a town employee or someone, however the language were, that there was a clear conflict, that the case shall be conflicted out to the state police or another department, would that be less problematic?
It would be. And I wonder if maybe looping in Director Skippa to understand what is actually trained at the police standards and training, because there may be a training that I'm not aware of on ethics and conflicts, but I'm not aware of any sort of statute on conflict with respect to police investigations.
Follow up? Because it seems to me, and I'd like your opinion, that this whole situation could have been avoided if it was conflicted out from the very moment that it was recognized that the person was a former or current town employee, that they had just conflicted it out. And right away it was conducted by the state police instead of looking at reinvestigating everything. If it was done by an independent party in the first place, would that not avoid a lot of this?
So not speaking to the specific facts of this particular investigation, but in my experience of having represented state police for the last decade, we try to make sure that conflicts are identified before the investigation starts.
Thank you.
Representative Stone?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Currently, is there anything that prohibits a town like Derry or Salem or Seabrook from contracting out with a private entity such as like Municipal Resources, Inc. to do a internal audit of their practices?
There's nothing that would prohibit that. Is that what you're asking? Sorry.
Correct.
Yeah, no.
And follow up? And are you aware if those sometimes are utilize those private entities to do internal controls on agencies for a town?
Yes.
Thank you.
See no more further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Savani? Before you start your testimony, you may sit down. Just if there's anybody else that wants to testify, please turn in your card. After this witness, we only have one more person. I would like to have the cards now, please. Thank you. You may continue.
This is good now. All right. Thanks to the committee for hearing me this morning. My name's Anthony Savani. My sister is Katina Scotus. My parents are William and Mary Ann Scotus here. I'm not going to spend time today like recounting my views on the investigation. I think my mother did an outstanding job providing that context. That's not what I want to speak about today. I want to take some time to address the intent for House Bill 1566. Codifying accountability is the duty that we have to create a process that sustains outcomes that are best for the public. That is an important thing that governing bodies need to do. When the process fails once, it can fail every time until you make a change. So this bill, in my opinion, is about codifying that accountability such that no family has to go through and endure the things that we had to endure during what I would argue is like the most tragic period in our life. I sent a letter to in January, I finally was able to get a meeting with the elected officials in Derry, the town administrator, excuse me, I'm getting over a cold here. And we had a productive 1-hour discussion in the town offices in Derry. I followed that discussion with a very detailed letter, which I believe was made available to this committee. If not, I'm happy to provide that, that outlines the concerns that we had, what we went through, and the things that, we were looking to get changed and addressed. No forward progress was made until that meeting and until Representative Boehm introduced legislation like this one. The process is broken if it takes that much initiative and effort and know-how and connections to be able to get to a resolution that should just be codified accountability in law. I want to provide that from, the context of the family who had to go through this. I mean, we were dealing with things that no family should have to deal with. And I had to put that aside to go fight a system that's supposed to fight for me. That's not right. So I just wanted to share that perspective with you. And I wanted to ensure that you got that letter because, after we figured the process out, I did have a couple of productive conversations with those folks. But that's just not common knowledge, that's not what families who are grieving know how to do. And frankly, I commend my family for figuring out ways around this initially and then just hitting dead ends. I'm not sure why I was able to clear some of those, but that's not what it should take. And so I believe this bill will codify some accountability such that families have an avenue forward in these situations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, we offer our condolences for the loss of your sister. Major Bright.
Good morning. Thank you for hearing my testimony. For the record, my name is Bill Bright. I'm a major with the State Police. I oversee all of our Investigative Services Bureau. First of all, I too will share my condolences to the family in this case that was mentioned today. I have no knowledge of what took place in this investigation or anything to do with this situation. My testimony is based solely on the bill that was submitted and how we perceive this to affect the state police and police investigations in general. So it has nothing to do with the situation that was brought forward this morning because I have no knowledge of that. In my opinion, there's already checks and balances for police agencies that have complicated investigations to have their investigations reviewed by other police agencies. And I believe that that's up to the administrator of that police agency to make a request to another agency. That happens on a regular basis now. There's also reviews by prosecuting authorities. That also happens on a regular basis, whether that's a local prosecutor or a county prosecutor. Most times with a complicated investigation, those that will be used as a way to determine charges that come out of an investigation. So those decisions are not made solely by the investigator involved, but it's somebody outside of someone outside of who is involved in that investigation that's taking a look at all the evidence. There may be suggestions made to enhance the investigation, to continue with the investigation. These things happen on a regular basis with our county attorneys. The state police, on a regular basis, are asked to assist with investigations by local police departments. This happens on a daily basis with multiple units that we have. In a crash investigation, our car team, our crash investigation team is extremely busy. They do investigate these cases for either in conjunction with a police agency or for a police agency, depending on the circumstances and the capabilities of that agency. In addition, the state police on a regular basis are asked to conduct investigations when there are conflicts, as was mentioned earlier. This happens multiple times a month. So if a police agency or a county attorney or even a governing body of a town, they can make a request to the state police to investigate an incident, and that could be for multiple reasons. It could be an employee of the town is involved. It could be an employee of the police agency is involved. Those are typically off-duty. That would typically be an off-duty conduct type of situation. On-duty conduct would go to the Attorney General's office, to the Public Integrity Unit. It could just be that the official of that police agency, the police chief, or somebody in that police organization who feels that they know somebody that is involved in an incident too well, and they want to avoid the impropriety of causing concern, so they request us to conduct investigations. We make those decisions based on the the conflicts that are presented to us, and we conduct those investigations all the time. And as the chief mentioned, I think the way this bill is written, it suggests that the state police will reinvestigate an incident, and I think that there are some pitfalls there. I know when the sponsor of the bill brought this forward, it sounded more like, well, no, this would be to assist. That's what it sounded like to me. I'm not exactly sure of the intention. That's a little bit different than a reinvestigation. I believe that if an incident has been investigated and then somebody reinvestigates that, there are some pitfalls that can happen there that could cause a victim or a victim's family to not get the justice that they're looking for because of some of the things that could happen in there that the chief mentioned, whether that's impeachment of witnesses. There could be additional information, but duplicate information sometimes is not helpful. Usually when somebody is interviewed for an incident, their first statement is is the most valid statement that you can get, and that's why we try and conduct those investigations as quickly as possible. And then just finally, I will just say that as far as our resources go with the state police, if this bill were to pass like this and multiple requests came in, this could overwhelm our resources right now as investigators with the state police. I'll take any questions if anybody has.
Thank you very much. Representative Muse.
Thank you for taking my question. About a year ago, there was a similar incident in Portsmouth, I believe involving an employee for the Portsmouth Police Department who was in an accident. There was a person who was killed. The police chief in Portsmouth referred police action to the state police at that point. So the state police handled the investigation. To your knowledge, given the similarity between the two incidents, why wouldn't have this accident been simply referred to the state police for exactly the same reason?
So I don't, not knowing the exact circumstances and the relationship that's been suggested that the police department has with a person involved in this investigation, I mean that could be determined by the I guess the level of a relationship that a police department would have. So if it's a police employee, that's a pretty easy one to say, yeah, we should probably have somebody else take a look at this. If it's not that clear cut, a police agency may feel, yeah, we can impartially investigate this and it won't be an issue. I don't know the circumstances that happened here, and they certainly can. I mean, every police officer is expected to be impartial and fair in whatever investigation or incident they're involved in. That is hammered home at the police academy, and I believe that to be the case. When there are obvious conflicts, those are, circumstances that you just don't want to get. You don't want to leave any questions, so you send that to somebody else. I don't know what the circumstances were here, so I can't really make a judgment on that.
No more questions? All right. Thank you very much, Major.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm closing the public hearing for House Bill 1566. The committee will be in recess for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, we're opening the public hearing on House Bill 1528. Invite the sponsor to introduce their bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. And thank you, Representative Newell, for taking notes. I'm here to introduce House Bill 1528. And for the record, my name is Alessandra Murray. I represent Hillsborough 20, Manchester Ward 9. So this bill does something very simple. Last year during the budgetary process, we instituted a new program and set aside $1.4 million for a Northern Border Alliance, which is a fund that will give grants of money to municipal police departments and other agencies for the purpose of securing the northern border. When this program was instituted, there was not any publicly available data on the amount of crossings in New Hampshire that could back up the need for this program. And while the original language includes a certain amount of reporting, it doesn't have any specifics in there. So this bill essentially just outlines specific measurements we would like the Alliance to capture in terms of how they're spending the money and what kind of encounters they're having at the northern border. Namely, it says in a semi-annual report, the report will include the number of persons arrested, persons cited, and persons subjected to a field stop or warning. The aggregate data shall also include an analysis of the percentage of the race and ethnicity of persons in each of the categories. So it just adds 2 lines to the existing statute so we can understand if the funds are being utilized and if there is a need for them to be there in the first place. But that's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Muse.
Is this the only data that would actually be required, or, for example, would there also be data on things like which authority conducted the arrest or the stop, where the stop was located, and would there be a requirement to actually differentiate in the data between a field stop, a citation, and an arrest, or would all that be aggregated into one happy hamburger?
In this bill as written, it would all be aggregated. It wouldn't be separated into different portions. Although from my understanding, after I had drafted this bill, the state police has put forward their own internal policy to outline some of the data that they want to be collecting as well. So this just makes certain things mandatory by law, but they may also be conducting further data collection on their own based on their internal policies.
Thank you.
Representative Prue.
I know I walked in late and you said, we want to collect this data. Who's we?
This is just, so in the bill as passed, it already required a semi-annual report to be given to the legislative body. So this is just adding criteria to that.
Representative Wheeler.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, could I waive off and actually take a pink card?
Sure. Representative Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I see you listed in here warning. Do we generally give warnings out for illegal crossings?
I think that there are a broad variety of interactions that are going to be had by the officers while using these funds. So we just want to capture any kind of encounters that might be happening. And I think part of the concern from the general public right now is stops that might happen with people that are not illegal immigrants.
Follow up. That'd be in regards to, say, like the authorities working under the state or the political subdivision of the state.
I'm sorry, what?
State police.
I mean, the funds, I think, are going from the state police essentially to the municipal departments. It's not from the state police that those actions are happening.
So that'd be the political subdivisions.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Representative Pratt.
Hello. I have a couple of questions here. One question, actually. The bill states persons cited, persons subjected, persons of each category. Now, that doesn't mean their name, does it?
No, I think we're just looking for a number.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Devin Chafee.
Good morning, Chairman Roy and other honorable members of the committee. My name is Devin Chafee, and I'm the Executive Director of the ACLU of New Hampshire. It's been quite a while since I've had the pleasure of testifying before this committee, and I am very honored to have the opportunity to do so today. And I am here to testify in favor of HB 1528 to expand the reporting requirements tied to the border policing program that was included in the most recent budget. And I want to start by just reminding the members of the committee how we got here where we are today. Many of you may remember that just last year, the New Hampshire House voted overwhelmingly to strip the Northern Border policing money from HB 2, the budget bill. And that was a vote of 241 to 143. So there was very strong bipartisan opposition in the House to this program. Now, this funding was eventually added back into the budget as part of the Committee of Conference Compromise, but at that time, we had no data about any issues with Northern Border encounters in the state of New Hampshire. All we had were statements from the governor and the Department of State citing numbers from a broad swath of the Northern Border called the Swanton sector. Now, the Swanton sector includes not just New Hampshire, but large portions of Vermont and New York. But we didn't have any data that was specific to New Hampshire, the state where the taxpayers would be paying for this program, and of course, where the money would be spent. So we asked the Department of Safety and other New Hampshire agencies for the New Hampshire specific data, and they said that they didn't have any. So we asked Border Patrol for this data, and they refused to give New Hampshire specific data on their encounters. And quite frankly, this was baffling to us that these agencies would be asking for over $1 million to address this supposed problem, and yet there was no New Hampshire specific data available. So the ACLU of New Hampshire sued for this information. And just 2 weeks ago, several months after the budget had already been passed, we finally received this information as part of a settlement in a Freedom of Information lawsuit against Border Patrol. And I have to say what we found was pretty striking. In 15 months, Border Patrol recorded only 21 apprehensions and encounters. And of those 21 encounters, 14 were from 2 incidences. So we are talking about fewer than 10 incidents that Border Patrol is addressing in more than a year. Further, out of the 367 so-called Swanton sector apprehensions that New Hampshire officials were citing last year to justify this spending on the New Hampshire border policing program, only one of all of those apprehensions was actually in the state of New Hampshire. That's 0.27% of the Swanton sector's encounters were happening in this state. So in fact, the data that we have finally obtained shows no evidence that there's any significant increase or any real problem at all in unauthorized border crossings in New Hampshire. And this, quite frankly, makes common sense for anybody who is familiar with the New Hampshire northern border and how extremely rugged the terrain is. Now, in response to this recent data, the governor has tried to claim that the data was quote unquote cherry picked and that it only included apprehensions and not encounters. But I have an email here today that from Border Patrol stating that the data does include both apprehensions and encounters, and I'm happy to share that. The governor has also made what I find to be a confusing claim that if we only spent more money on border security, we would somehow find more unauthorized people trying to cross the New Hampshire border. This despite the fact that state police were unable to spend 30% of Operation Stone Garden funds that it received from the federal government in 2022 to secure the border. Quite frankly, this sounds like the classic case of a solution in search of a problem. The bottom line here is this: it was not right that the public and the legislature, you all, did not have access to the basic New Hampshire specific data when budget decisions about this border policing program were made last year. And New Hampshire legislators and taxpayers have a right to know how this money is being spent and whether the expense is ultimately justified. And for these reasons, I respectfully urge you to support HB 1528. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Jonah Wheeler.
Thank you, Chairman Roy, members of the committee. I found myself about to ask a would you believe question, figured it might be better to just come to the dais. I believe that if there is an issue on the northern border, that it's worthwhile for us to get the data about that issue so that we can spend the appropriate amounts of money on it. And if the legislature, which, as we've decided in our budget, wants to spend money on that issue, I think it would be appropriate to know how much money we should spend in an appropriate way. So I think having the data on that issue is a good thing. And Senator Shaheen last week, I believe, was in committee. I forget which one. There's so many subcommittees in the Senate that it's hard to keep track. But she asked Secretary Mayorkas about the data for New Hampshire specific data for the crossings of the border. And unfortunately, Secretary Mayorkas did not answer the question and was kind of sidestepping her a little bit. And she had mentioned the fact that her office had tried to get that data from the DOJ, but was unable to. And Secretary Mayorkas did make a commitment to get her that data, and hopefully we see that from the senator's office at some point. But unfortunately, it seems that the only way that we'd be able to get this data is by moving forward with HB 1528 to have New Hampshire specific data if the DOJ is not going to move forward with it. And you know, whether you're on the left on this issue or on the right on this issue, I think having data about who is crossing our border is probably a good thing, and it'd be a worthwhile process to move forward with, especially if we have decided, as we have in the budget, to spend money on border protection. So, with that, Mr. Chairman, would you believe and have it? Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Christine Wellington.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Christine Wellington. I'm a resident of Derry, and I'm also a member of the New Hampshire Immigrants' Rights Network. I wanted to point out that last evening I sent a letter on behalf of the network to members of this committee. Most of the points I would have wanted to make have been made. I just wanted to also point out and emphasize a little bit that beyond the whether this Northern Border Alliance program is necessary, it is in fact ongoing now, and people will be out on patrol if they're not already on patrol. One of our concerns is whether there'd be incidents of racial or ethnic profiling, which makes collecting data really important, not only important to the people of New Hampshire, but for the New Hampshire State Police themselves, who are overseeing all of this program, whether the patrols are conducted by local Fish or Game or any other department, including the state police themselves. So I think that's all I wanted to add to this discussion, and ask that you vote to pass. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who has not testified? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing. I open the public hearing on House Bill 1658 and invite the prime sponsor to introduce the bill.
I think that was a share on both ends.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and the committee. My name is Representative Kelly Potenza, Stratford District 19. So I'd like to give a story about why this bill came to came to fruition. I received a call from a mother, a grieving mother in Rochester, and no one has helped her. She's called every entity you can imagine in this state, from federal all the way down to local and governor, executive council, senators, and then other reps, even in my district. And I answered the phone and said that I would help her. Her daughter has been in and out of New Hampshire Hospital multiple times. And so the reason why I've put this bill in is because systems don't speak to each other. And I am not an expert on, criminal justice and systems or anything like that. But this bill is basically helping not only law enforcement, but the folks that are in the jails, as well as just helping, the individuals that need mental health. So, for example, her daughter has been in and out of New Hampshire Hospital. She's texting me right now. I can't tell you how many times. And she shouldn't be released. That's the problem. She has schizophrenia. She gets released. She doesn't take her meds. She gets arrested. It's a vicious cycle. She's incarcerated right now in Belknap County. So involuntary emergency admissions is part of the judicial branch, right? And, just because of some personal stuff, I've realized how, and you kind of have to learn, on the criminal side, that doesn't speak to the judicial side. They're really two separate entities. So, but if someone has an IEA, an active one, and the police have no idea of that, then they're dealing with, in which they already are, as we know, because of the lack of mental health in our state. They're having to deal with a situation with someone. They don't have any backstory. They don't have the IEA on file because the systems don't speak to each other. And then they're taking care of it in their jails. I have spoken to multiple people throughout the state, prosecutors. I have spoken to, the folks in Rochester. They've been fantastic. I don't know if there's going to be opposition to this or not. I assume that, I really didn't look at the financial note. This is really just something where I'm not looking for a new database to be spent. I know how the bill was written. It's really where it's like a connector, where someone could, a police officer, someone, of course, in the jail could, type that in and see if there's active, like an IEA on file, and to be able to see a history. So for this young woman who has suffered from schizophrenia for over 9 years and has been in and out of New Hampshire Hospital, she gets out, she's good again, no one's really monitoring her, she doesn't stay on her medication, she self-medicates, there's drug abuse. It's a vicious cycle. And I just think that this could really help. And this is, this was my place to do it. So that's the reason why this bill came forward. The second in command in Belknap County, in their jail, he was fantastic. He's spoken to me multiple times. He agrees. Like, I would call and ask how they were, helping her when she was incarcerated before New Hampshire Hospital could take her back in. And she was released after only about 2 weeks this last time, and she's arrested again from New Hampshire Hospital. But, I just, so much of what he could tell me, but, making sure that she was eating and all of that kind of stuff, because when she goes back in, of course, into the jail, she goes through a detox and all of that, but she's also, they can do somewhat of getting her back on her medication to treat her schizophrenia. But it's not a perfect environment. Of course, they're not experts in that, but they're doing the best that we can. I do have to commend our jails in New Hampshire. our law enforcement officers that are in there that are doing the best that they can in this situation, because they are dealing with such a high level of mental illness. Because we don't have spaces, there's not a lot of room. You have to wait in New Hampshire Hospital, and so this bill is made to be able to, for systems to be able to talk to each other, so we can help people, help law enforcement officers, so they have those connections and more information. That's it in nuts and bolts.
Thank you, Representative. Is it your goal with this bill so that a law enforcement officer in the field would be able to, when they ran someone, to know that who they're dealing with, that this person had a mental health issue or history or active situation? Is that what you're trying to do with this bill?
Correct. So there is a Facebook post. I'll send it to the entire committee, and this is how she was arrested this last time, and it's just really sad. It's in a Laconia Facebook post, and she was, obviously under the influence of something, and with her bags and just trying to get into cars, and someone had, posted that and reported it, but they recognized her. But that's because she's been in and out, and so someone typed in there, well, she's got schizophrenia and da-da-da-da-da. And so, but it's taken a long time for law enforcement to know who she is, but that's the reason why. The last time she was arrested, and she was at the jail for a long time before the New Hampshire Hospital took her in. I mean, she was found, they thought she was dead, lying in the middle of the road in Laconia. So, yeah, it's really, we have situations like this all over the state happening. And I think that this level of connectivity, I understand that judicial is very separate from criminal, but there's got to be a connection where more information can help everyone in this situation.
Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Potenza, for taking my question. I'm curious, especially because I'm looking at the fiscal note and kind of the way that it is portrayed, it seems like it would be a separate database, but the way that you're describing it, it's kind of, we just need to have the option to be able to, almost like a checkbox, like this is something that, or not a checkbox, because you want to be more specific, but something that would be an option in an existing database, not a new database for this specifically. Can you just kind of clarify?
Yes, so OLS drew this up. So, and there wasn't, that's how I asked them to write it, but it was kind of, it was hard for them because it is too separate right now, right? So I mentioned words like connector and things like that. I mean, for, of course, people that are in this space, they can do these things in their sleep. So if there needed to be, and of course, with OLS, they wanted it to be, they wanted to make sure that it was specific enough that it was addressing it, but they didn't have that language to put in there. So if that's something that would need an amendment or something like that, was great, but it was more of a technical aspect and that they weren't able to kind of speak to. So I took this like it is. And I also, as you know, as we all know, when we were putting in bills, this was one that I got at the 11th hour. There was no, there was no way to get, it was the day before, so there was no way to put changes in. And so that's kind of the reason why it's at. But yes, I don't want some expensive system. I want a connector.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Greenland, if you would research for us, if you could, what other states, if any other states have this information available to law enforcement. And also, if you could make note, we passed a bill last year in this committee that made a notification for senior citizens that, see if there's a way to, a language connector there. Representative Muse.
Wait, Mr. Chairman, if I may, the bill that I think you're speaking of, I think it was if the senior citizen had a medical condition.
Yeah.
To be more specific, to make Brad's life easier. Thank you.
Representative
So
Muse.
if we pass your bill, and if we get an appropriation, It sounds like one of the things that a police officer would know when they look up a person is whether or not they have the type of mental health history that you're specifying in the bill. One thing that we don't know is whether or not that police officer has actually been trained in how to deal with people who have serious mental health situations. Do you see that as being an important part of this too?
In a perfect world, that would be fantastic. But the piece that I'm just trying to focus on is in this specific situation, when you, on the judicial side, when you do that IEA, which is the involuntary emergency admissions, if that is something that is filed, and so, for example, someone's on the street and they're found, that is so important because it means that, you know, of course, she's not going to necessarily just be able to go to New Hampshire Hospital or Hampstead or something like that based upon space. But the officers know, the jail knows during that period of time in incarceration that person should be admitted. They have mental illness. But yes, I would love everyone to be trained with that. But I'm just trying to basically have the lines of communication that are open for this, because that's really important for someone to know. It took this woman going in and out of the system and being recognized at this point, to the point of on Facebook where, oh yeah, well, you know, she's self-medicating, but she's got schizophrenia, and that's where she of course she talks to herself. There's voices. It's when she's on her medication and she detoxes from the other, you know, drugs that she shouldn't be taking. I think she could be a wonderful, productive member of society, but she needs real treatment. She needs to not be let out 2 weeks, you know, 2 to 3 weeks at a time from, you know, the hospital.
Did you, and someone from the state police will be testifying after, but it was my understanding that if an emergency order was issued like that and the person wasn't there, that there was in effect a warrant issued. Did you check on that to see that if that's already the case? And if so, would that alleviate your concern with that?
So if it's active, yes, but when you're in and out, it might not be active at that point. It might have been, there might have been an active IEA, but it's not active at that point. They're not getting any history, so they might just see, yeah. So it's missing the history piece.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I kind of have two questions. One, I just wanted to ensure you're talking about, like, if someone has been hospitalized and they're supposed to be hospitalized and they're found out, the person who found them being able to know that they were supposed to be in a hospital, not just like documenting X person has X mental condition, therefore like arrest them upon, you know, finding them.
No, that's not what I'm looking at.
Just wanted to double check. Thank you. And follow. I guess this is kind of to the chair, but also to see if you would be open to this. Is there a way to tie this into the system that we made regarding bail release? And like, you know, it feels similar to me. It's like about someone who should be.
I think we should leave bail alone.
Okay. Yeah, I hear you.
But thank you, Representative Sitek.
Representative, your agency and your interest in this are laudable, and much of what's been talked about with this case is semi-public knowledge. But you mentioned that the second in command, you were talking to him about this person. Is he author? Can he do that?
So I didn't get any information that he can't give, you know, to, the only reason why I was following up is I don't even know what you want to call it, representing the mom, because the mom can't have guardianship at this point, you know, because her daughter is, you know, at an age where she would have to accept that. So there's a piece there. So I was just calling as a well check and any of the other information that's been filled in, some of that could be from her mother, but everything that he gave me was totally by the book. But she's safe, she's well fed, and she's, and that she's on a wait list, all of that to go back into New Hampshire Hospital. But I just, I think it was, it made me feel very, very good about the level of work that they are doing inside our jails for people that suffer from mental illness while they're in a holding pattern.
Representative Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. You just mentioned that she does not have guardianship over this individual. Are there any interests of privacy concerns when it comes to a situation where there's a concerned family member, but they don't have guardianship of that individual versus their rights to have their freedom of information as far as their medical stuff and their mental health? I think we're kind of looking at a fine line here.
Yeah, so she doesn't get hardly anything from, when she's been in the hospital, they can't give her much information, meaning the mother. She would really love the state to have that role. I think that's where she's talking with the mother, is now talking with the prosecutor for this new piece to see if that can happen, and hopefully that will happen, because to have the state guardianship, that would make a lot of difference. Then there would be a voice there for her daughter that's not being heard. So
Follow up. In addition, in a practical sense, I'm not sure how you would create a database that would flag someone for an IEA without having the indication that they have a mental health problem. I think, how do you do that? How do you have them for the IEA and then say, well, they're not being, flagged for mental health?
okay, I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay, no, disregard.
Representative
Selig?
Selig.
Thank you so much. And thank you for taking my question. I think just to clarify, you're not suggesting that there be a HIPAA violation in disclosing the nature of why someone has been remanded, just simply a notification that someone has one of these orders so the police can be aware there was an order. Is that correct?
Correct. So her mom calls, right, and realizes that she's been arrested again. This is not this time. This is the last time, when she was found lying in the road, and she can barely speak, and she wants to know if her daughter's dead or alive, and if she's suffering because she's going through a detox and is not on her meds and all those types of things. And I think this just can help care for people that are in that situation. That's really all it's not sharing of people's medical information or any of that kind of stuff. If this is not someone that is necessarily this hard line criminal. This is someone that suffers from mental illness. There's a pattern. There's been IEAs. I think having that information, law enforcement having that information, is very important in how to help best treat that person. So they're just not locked in a cell. Do you know what I'm saying? That's okay.
Thank you for your testimony. It's good. Good. The chair recognizes Cynthia Babonis. Did I say that right?
Thank you. My name is Cynthia Babonis. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, and I represent New Hampshire Hospital. We're not taking a position on this bill. I'm just here to provide information. And when we reviewed it, didn't know the background on it. We just saw it a couple days ago. Now that I've heard the previous testimony, I understand the intent is to report all commitments, including involuntary emergency admissions. I initially thought that it was just the probate commitment, which is a different thing. That said, the information that I would like to provide is that if the intent is to provide law enforcement with an awareness of when a person is under a revocation of a conditional discharge, the wording in this bill would not really meet that need. it would need to say that a proposed revocation would be the notice, because that's when the person is still out in the community pending a revocation. And at that point, the community mental health center is aware that they might need to come back to New Hampshire Hospital, but New Hampshire Hospital isn't in that part of the process. Providing the probate order or just the IEA order does include information about someone's imminent dangerousness. So the actual court orders do report out what the entire clinical profile that is the justification for why someone's dangerous to themselves or others, including their diagnosis. So I just want to make sure people are aware that that is part of the order. And the other thing to just take into consideration is that if law enforcement assumes the mental status documented in the orders are the current mental status, that includes non-emergency involuntary commitments, then it might create a situation where they're overestimating someone's current dangerousness. Orders, especially for commitment, can be for up to 5 years. When an individual is out on conditional discharge and they're taking their medications and they're stable, they may not present a danger at all. And so you could be putting law enforcement in a position of approaching an individual they don't know and only having that order which reads about their dangerousness at the time the order was written. Thank you.
That could go both ways too. They could also underestimate someone by thinking that they're all set when they actually have been off their meds. And
Potentially.
I think that we all have established that this needs some work, but I like the concept. So I'm going to appoint a subcommittee. Would you be available to help with the subcommittee, provide information on potential changes to the language?
Sure.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Do you have her information? Ms. Babonis, could you provide your email contact, please, to just if you could write it down and give it to one of the members on the end so we have it. The chair recognizes Karen Rosenberg.
Good morning, Chairman Roy, representatives, members of the committee. I'm Karen Rosenberg. I'm the policy director at the Disability Rights Center of New Hampshire, the state's protection and advocacy system for people with disabilities. I'm here to testify in opposition to 1658. While it is, I understand the intentions are really kind and well-meaning, this bill is not going to provide treatment or increase availability of treatment for people who experience mental illness. It's not going to provide training for law enforcement to be able to successfully interact with people who may be in a crisis, nor would it provide training for law enforcement for the whole range of issues that they might encounter where someone would not exhibit unanticipated behavior or unexpected behavior, like failure to abide by a police officer's directive because they're deaf or because they have autism or they're just for some other reason aren't able to do this. What it does do is it compromises and really threatens someone's rights to have mental health information be held strictly confidential. Current law makes these proceedings generally closed unless the person agrees to have an involuntary commitment proceeding, an open proceeding. They are closed and those files are closed. This is highly sensitive information, and it's the person who experiences mental illness, who has this condition, who has the authority to determine whether their personal information should be shared with the police or anyone, frankly. So the hospital should not be updating a database with information about someone's protected health information. It would violate federal law without that person's permission to do that. This doesn't prohibit, no one's prohibited from sharing information voluntarily if they feel it would be useful for law enforcement to have, and also maybe along with the fact that they are experiencing some difficulties they could provide even more helpful information voluntarily, such as what are triggers? What's the best way to approach me when I'm in a mental health situation? But I see this bill as hugely problematic. And as Ms. Balbonis lets you know, these commitment orders have extremely sensitive information. And someone can be living completely successfully in the community and just not need the fact that they had a crisis known generally in their communities by law enforcement or anyone. It's their information to protect. So for all of those reasons, we think that this is really it may be motivated for reasons, for someone who really desperately needs help, but this is not the solution, and it would potentially violate a lot of people's rights. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Knowing how our hands are tied quite a bit by existing law and federal law, and just the general concept of we respect people's privacy, would it be, or would your organization be opposed to a system where someone could provide a voluntary information where, in the case of the person the representative talked about, who's in and out of these type of situations with law enforcement, and in a lucid moment, they said, I really would like them to know.
Yeah, we would not oppose that. I think there had been efforts in the past to establish some kind of voluntary reporting system. I'm not sure what happened to those, but that would put the control in the person who holds the right to have their information confidential. It's their decision to make. And like I said, they could provide some information that could be even more helpful than just, a statement that they've been involuntarily committed.
And would you be willing to work with the subcommittee to help do that?
Sure, I'd love to.
Thank you very much. Questions? Representative Muse.
Yes. Do you believe that providing this information or making this information available to police officers who may not have been properly trained in how to handle people in mental health crisis is an issue?
Oh yeah, that's a huge issue, because without the information and training about how to work with people who experience a wide variety of disabilities, having that information is, you're right, it's not helpful. It could be harmful. People might assume knowledge that they don't have. So yeah, it would be most helpful to have this paired with some training. I know that NAMI New Hampshire has provided training in the past to state police, and I think it's been successful. But yeah, you need to have training.
Follow up?
Follow up.
And this is a state that's very careful about how it spends its money. Do you feel the state's money would be better spent in creating a system like this that may present the issues that you've outlined, or helping more police departments provide training to their officers so they better understand how to help people in this situation?
I would like an option 3, respectfully, which would be that we would invest more dollars into community-based crisis prevention services and housing with supports for people who experience significant mental health issues. Because really, you can have the best trained person working with them, but that's not treatment. And people really need treatment and supports to be successful in their communities. If I had to pick from 1 or 2, Representative Muse, I'd pick number 2.
Okay.
Representative Murphy. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
The chair calls Representative Trotter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Criminal Justice Committee. My name is Douglas Trotter. I'm a representative out of Belknap District 8, representing the towns of Belmont, Samerton, and Tilton. This was a last-minute request to be heard on this bill. Just so you know, last year, this House put it into the budget for a contact notification program for people with disabilities, physical or mental, or like autism. And state police is currently working on that. And that bill enables a person that has a disability to voluntarily submit their information to their local law enforcement agency that will be able to put it in the New Hampshire State Police spots terminal. This way, if somebody has contact with an individual, they can be notified by their dispatch center of that. So that's all I wanted to bring up. Just listen to the little bit of testimony. I think that might be a good area to start, and maybe we can add to that.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
We're actually looking it up right now. The chair calls Victor Muzzy. Captain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Victor Muzzy. I'm a captain with the State Police and oversee the Justice Information Bureau. And in that bureau is the NCIC unit and what folks commonly refer to as SPOTS. And so I'm here to represent the State Police, who takes no position on this particular bill. And thank you, Representative Trottier, for that little bit of information about the contact person notification program. We are currently working through the logistics of that. I see a lot of similarities here with the way this bill is written relative to how we're going to institute that process. And I see that the fiscal note from the Department of Safety has been responded to. I think the differences between what I understand the contact notification person program to become and this is, this has the potential of being very labor intensive, more so than the contact person notification. And I'm not a mental health expert, and I don't work in the field. And unfortunately, I have not yet been CIT trained, which I think you'll hear some testimony on here. But as I understand the logistics of admissions versus orders, and how that has the potential of being labor intensive, I would say that the fiscal note probably needs to speak to additional resources that the state police would need to ensure the timeliness of some of these notifications and orders and things, and making sure that the database or the file or whatever happens to come from this bill, should it be enacted, can be maintained. And so I would add that our fiscal note is probably relatively conservative as I read it. This has the potential of needing some more resources that maybe weren't identified initially in the fiscal note. And I think that's all I can offer. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Do you see the potential for the system you're currently implementing to be used for a limited use, what we're trying to accomplish without getting all the other information, as far as notifying law enforcement that there's an issue if someone voluntarily says, I'd like to be law enforcement to know that I've got a history of mental health?
Yeah, I think the difference between what's here and that program is that's a voluntary. And so because it's voluntary, it's much easier to maintain. It's much easier to manage. The information, the sensitivity of the information becomes desensitized, I guess, for lack of a better term, when somebody volunteers to share that with us. I will say that, again, not having any expertise in the area, if I see a commitment order come up, as a hit in a database or a file or something like that, I may or may not know what to do with that. So I may have to call a trooper or officer next to me to come and say, hey, could you help me interact with this person or what have you? And so as we've started to implement the contact person notification program, the idea behind that is there's information there that's user-friendly, I'll call it, or useful to, let's say, untrained officers to know either, hey, here's a person that you can contact who can help you interact with this person or deal with this person, or here's some general information in sort of layman's terms as to what would be useful. And so this, as I understand it, would be a little bit more regimented. Orders and things, as I understood from the testimony, would have sensitive information in it. I may or may not know what that means and how to deal more effectively with someone that has a diagnosis or has some information in that commitment order. So I think what this is intending to do, much to the testimony we heard, this bill here is looking to bridge the gap where you've got people that haven't voluntarily signed up, but maybe law enforcement should know about them and how to deal with them or something about them. And so hopefully the subcommittee that's formed can sort of come to some happy medium where that information can be shared and obtained for the right reasons, but not violate any privacy issues or any HIPAA issues or things like that, to help, collectively resolve whatever the circumstance may be.
Currently, can you tell us what is entered into spots when an involuntary commitment order is issued?
It's been a while since I've done real police work like out on the road, but as I understand it, there's a file, I think, that's there, and I don't know that I've even run into that very often, to say that there's been an IEA issued for someone that's yet to have been served. I would suspect it's another state hot file, what we call hot file, that probably gives us that information, and likely a phone number to call, or the order itself that we would serve upon that person and take them into custody for that reason. So I don't think the information that's contained in spots necessarily has any contents of what the IEA is, or the affidavit, I'll say, that goes along with that. It simply says they have an order, so it's generic, I guess, to that extent. But as best my memory serves me, Mr. Chairman, it's been a couple days.
Okay. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony. Anyone else wishing to testify in this bill who has not submitted a card? Sure, go ahead.
So I just wanted to answer, because there was a couple questions that I just think is really important. So if there is an active IEA on file, so from the first time this young woman was arrested, when I first started having these conversations, there was an active IEA on file. And unfortunately, where the police department where she was arrested, her mom kept calling and saying she has an active IEA. They couldn't find that information, So when he was trying to speak about how they're speaking to each other, it wasn't speaking to each other. Only until she was actually in the jail is then they realized that there was an active IEA on file. So I don't want anyone's privacy to be, that's not the point of this. And there's no like full on information and history of mental illness where we target or any of that kind of stuff. I'm saying, like, if at the time of an arrest, for someone to know that there is an active IEA, and that's not a clear cut right now. And that's where the gap is. And then if you are incarcerated, because this is where the other piece comes in, the history piece is important. And you've had 10 IEAs before, and you're in jail now for a new charge, that kind of information is probably helpful for someone that's, in a sense, continues to get arrested, continues to be in and out of treatment. That's what I was saying. Having that backstory is important once you're past the point of just an initial arrest where you're held in a police department and that you're at a county jail. So I just wanted to be clear about that.
Okay, so what you want is the arresting or the encountering police officer to know that there either is an active IEA or was an active IEA, and if they're sent over to the county jail, that they're also aware. They won't be able to get the whole backstory about the IEA, but they'll at least know it was there and be able to inquire of the person what their history is. Is that
correct? So how the IEAs work. So this mother has had to do this more than 10 times.
Yeah.
So her daughter's had more than 10 IEAs, because you have to understand. So they're in place, then they expire. She's arrested. She goes back into the hospital. It's this perpetual thing. And just the level of communication, still keeping everybody's privacy so we can help all entities here, I think is very important.
Okay, could you look at RSA 106B35 while you're in the room and just talk to me after and see if you think that there's any way to work with that if it's already
RSA 106.
106B:35.
Okay.
And,
Representative, it comes up under 36 though, just so you know.
And Representative Harry Gathright, you have a question?
Yes, thank you for taking my question. Does the mother have guardianship over her daughter?
She does not.
Do you know if she applied?
She did, but she'd rather, because she's got her own, she's got in a sense, a terminal illness. So she wants to make sure that that's why she's really focused on the state guardianship at this point.
All right, thank you.
Representative Newman.
I have a question, this more a comment for the chair about your previous question that you had. I mean, I would be interested in if anybody has information as, is there some simple IEA history or something like that that would not violate the privacy type things? Just give an indication, okay, let's start looking for whatever's available.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Something at least to kind of trigger them to look further into. No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, I close the public hearing. And I open the public hearing on House Bill 1527 and invite the sponsor to introduce their bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, honorable members. I'll just let people settle down and switch
Yeah,
over.
there's a lot of paper being flying around. Okay, everybody ready?
One second.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, honorable members. And I believe, barring anything unforeseen, this will be the last time you have to deal with me in this wonderful committee. So for the record, my name is Ellen Reed. I represent Rockingham 10, that's Newmarket and Newfields, and I have before you today HB 1527, the purple paint bill. So the problem, and I brought this forward a couple years ago. The problem is that for landowners in this state, not all landowners, but many landowners who maybe have physical difficulties getting high up into a tree to put up a no trespassing sign, hammering nails into trees, physical limitations, elderly landowners a lot, as well as to some extent landowners that may have difficulty buying enough signs to post all of their land every 100 yards. Posting, as is required by current law, can be fairly difficult, and that makes it a barrier, a hurdle to them exercising their private property rights to keep out trespassers, except for obviously people that they individually welcome onto their land. In addition, and probably more significantly, the signs that we currently require in our posting frequently get worn down very quickly because of weather, especially New England weather. Animals will chew on them. And also there has been a history of signs being tampered with. There's been at least a couple of cases where in particular hunters have taken down one of the signs that are required every 100 yards. And once a sign is taken down, technically it's not legally correctly posted anymore. And then they can follow their prey onto that land technically. So because that's happened, a number of states, 22 actually, have passed purple paint laws, or some of them actually use orange paint, but most of them use purple paint. So many of them, in fact, that major brands like Krylon and Rust-Oleum specifically create a purple color for the posting of land. Those states are Alabama, Arkansas, Arizona, Florida, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Kansas, Louisiana, Maine, our neighbors, Maryland, Montana, Nevada, North Carolina, Oregon, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Virginia, and West Virginia. So obviously states in the Northeast like us, states out west, states to the south, all over the country. Montana and Texas in particular being quite famous for their excellent hunting opportunities, and also states as small as Maryland. So all over the place, this has worked. So I just quickly go through this bill. It's slightly different than the one a couple years ago. Not that everybody was here for that one. So what this does is allows as an additional method, specifically for the purposes of no trespassing, or in other words, access by invitation only, purple paint. You can still use the signs if you want. That's fine. And for the first year, it has like a kind of grace period where the purple paint alone is not sufficient. You'll have to still use a sign at the major entrances. And during that first year, a violation of that trespassing will just be considered a violation rather than a higher level offense. So you have that nice built-in kind of acclimation period. I want to address some of the questions that I got and the arguments that came up last year, or last term, I should say. So one of the questions is, well, how do you unpost your land? If you've decided to post and then change your mind, or you sell the property, how does the future property owner unpost your land? Brown paint. You just go back over with brown paint, because just like it's very easy, much easier to post your land with a simple spray of purple paint, going back over with brown paint is equally easier than taking down signs that are nailed to a tree every 100 yards. Another question that was received, well, what about the colorblind? And I don't know why this seems to be a sticking point, considering 22 states use this, but it's been shown that the colorblind can distinguish the color purple from, say, the brown of a tree, or the white of a post, or black or gray. So they seem to see purple darker than someone who is not colorblind, but they can distinguish the difference. Another question has been trail markings. Are there purple trail markings? There may, in some locations in the state, be purple dots or purple squares or triangles that are trail markings. This is very specific. It's specific across all the 22 states. It has to be an inch wide stripe that goes at a certain height on the tree, 3 to 5 feet tall, that is a certain length, at least 8 inches. So that we do not have as trail markings, that specific stripe. Further, unlike signs, purple paint does not damage wood. So if you want to lumber or harvest your timber later on, you are actually keeping that wood quality higher for later. So that also enables property owners to make the most of their private property. And then another argument came about, well, wouldn't this confuse people? It's a new way of posting land. Would there be confusion and acclimation problems and what have you? Again, 22 states use this, virtually half of all states. So it's a well understood thing. And as I said, major brands specifically create a color for this purpose. But in addition to that, specifically what we heard last time was that Maine, being our neighbors, we're just having a terrible, terrible time with the law, and they had implemented it, and there was so much confusion. It was so terrible. So I decided this year to go to the horse's mouth myself. So I contacted Maine Fish and Wildlife, and I reached out specifically to Corporal Chris McCabe, who's the warden in charge of landowner relations, as well as Colonel Dan Scott. Neither one indicated that they'd had any significant problems with confusion. Certainly the law has not been repealed in Maine, and it's been in existence for quite a number of years now. Also, the office of the warden indicated to me that it's actually been a very beneficial law, that it's helped large tract owners post their land, and that there has been no confusion because, quite simply, the major people who would be confused by it would be hunters, but it's given in the hunters' regulations every year. Hunting regulations change frequently every year, so they give out those regulations, hunters are made aware of it, and so that kind of negates any real confusion. And then the last thing that had come up was this idea that there are these armies of rabid animal activists that will now go out and mark other people's land that they don't own to post no trespassing on that land. So first of all, marking anyone else's property is already illegal. And while there have been a couple of cases of apparently hunters removing other people's no trespassing signs to trespass on that land, again, having reached out to Maine, they have not indicated to me that they've had any complaints of this act happening in the other direction where people were posting other people's land against the landowner's wishes. So they can, if there's these real like animal activists that are rabid and like these armies of animal activists, it seems to me they'd already be posting people's land. Like, okay, if you're so passionate about doing this, why aren't you hammering signs to a tree just the same? But more importantly, let's say that there are these armies and they do mark other people's land. It is easier to go back over as the landowner and say, no, I don't want to post this tree. I don't want to post this land by going back over with that brown paint than it is to go and pull down the sign, right? If someone's going to mark your land with a sign, that's harder for you to remove and that's more damaging to your property than purple paint is. Having said that, I've offered to the opposition who claims that this is their reason for opposing the bill, an amendment to make it more specifically illegal, because it's just generally illegal right now to damage other people's property, but to make it more specifically illegal that you cannot post someone else's property with a very specific penalty. And I was told that they were still against it anyway. So I think that if you try to make the argument and address the argument and they say they're still against it, then that means that wasn't ever really their argument to begin with. But at the end of the day, this is about private property rights. New Hampshire has, I think quite well, a kind of quasi-socialist approach to land ownership, which is to say we have private property, but unless a private property owner exercises their right over their property, by default, anyone can trespass and enjoy that land. Now, I do not oppose that system at all. I actually like that system. I'm not a hunter, but I am a horseback trail rider, and I love going wherever I like on horseback, including on farmers' property. However, if I already know that the farmer doesn't want me on that property, but for a technicality, they were not able to post that land, do I now still want to go on that land even though I know that owner doesn't want me there? No, I don't want those conflicts. And so that's really the heart of this, because the opposition will say, including the department, will say, well, this is about making sure that we have as much access to as much land as possible. We want to maintain as much public access. I agree. I want that public access for myself, for trail riding. But I'm not going to say, well, I know you don't want me on your land, but I'm going to get on your land because you were not able to properly post it in accordance with your wishes, because you didn't have the physical ability or the monetary ability, or somebody else tore down your signs, or the weather tore down your signs. So I get to be on your property, even though I know you don't want to be on your property. Because all this is doing is allowing property owners to exercise and express the wishes over their property. It's not convincing property owners that they shouldn't want people on their property. It's not taking any more land that is already that people want to have available. It's not convincing them to reduce that number. It's just making it easier for them to express their wishes. So I think it's a really kind of bad practice to want to have access to land that the owners don't want you on. And with that, I will happily take questions.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering if there's anything in this legislation that would prevent a property owner from wanting to still put no trespassing signs up on their property if they chose to do so.
They totally can still put the lettered signs. They can do both. They can do one or the other. There's this in-between period where they would have to do, if they wanted to do purple paint, and instead of doing a sign every 100 yards, they could do purple paint every 100 yards and then a sign at the entrances. And that's for a year to reduce the potential for like overnight confusion. But no, they can still have the option. And further, if there's any specifically prohibited activity, then that would require a sign. So the purple paint is only for access by invitation only, no trespassing to others.
Representative Sitek?
So if I want to go hunting, I bring a can of brown paint with me.
Well, that would be illegal, as it is currently to rip down a sign. I certainly hope you aren't suggesting that you would engage in illegal activity.
Not at all.
Thank you. We good?
Thank you, Representative.
All right, thank you. There is someone who wants to testify who I think is short of time if the committee is willing to take them first.
Representative Love, if you're the Representative Love, or I'm going to recognize you, if you're the person that, no, come on up, Representative Love. The person here that is short on time, if your card is not marked, if you could please let Representative Bolden know, and the phone chain will work its way down here so we can call you. Stop, Representative Sitek. Representative Love, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee members. My name is Representative David Love. I represent Derry and the many sportsmen who have contacted me about this bill. I've been hunting in New Hampshire since about the age of 12. It's well over 50 years, and I've also hunted Maine, and about 20 years ago they did do the purple paint bill, and the conservation officers that I've talked to there said it was an absolute nightmare. You can talk about purple paint being, very visible on some trees, but others it's not. You put purple on gray, and it doesn't show very well. Purple paint will also deteriorate under weather conditions. Okay, the signs that Representative Reed talked about, I know where there's some signs that are 20 years old, and are they weathered? Yeah, but they're still very visible and still in pretty darn good shape. The materials they're made out of today are pretty good. I've got a story to tell you about people posting that didn't own the land. This past hunting season, my brother was out hunting, and he went in the woods and walked down a woods road. And an hour and a half later, he got a call from the Derry police asking him to come out. And he came out of the woods, and there were two brand new posters about 20 feet from the back of his truck and 20 feet from the front of it. And this cop was going to run him for criminal trespass. The problem being, my brother's a 38-year federal employee, 3 months away from getting his pension. And if he was in fact arrested for a misdemeanor, that pension would have, at the very least, would have been put on hold. He would have had to spend $5,000 to be found not guilty, and and if he was found guilty, he'd lose that pension. Okay, the neighbors put the sign up. He spoke to the police officer and more or less verbally proved how that was. It was drywall screws in the tree, and it had been raining for 4 days, and we all know what happens to drywall screws when they get wet. They rust up real fast and they make a mess, and he proved his innocence there. The next day he went back to hunt that same spot, and he left a note on the window of his truck saying, "I have permission to hunt this," and he put the owner's name. Okay, and another cop shows up and he calls him, and he's going to run him for criminal trespass too. And the way he got the owner's name is my other brother was talking to him, and he knew the owner of the property. So anyway, it's real easy for somebody if it's real easy to put up a sign, which takes probably 3 or 4 minutes each. You have to bring a ladder out and all the rest of it, and you're very visible to everybody that's going by. How quick? How many times are we going to see that happen? Okay, and innocent people having to go through a court proceeding in order to prove their innocence. I think it happens an awful lot. And yes, I did have an amendment to a bill to criminalize that and put penalties to posting a property you didn't own but was found non-germane. But anyway, this kind of stuff does happen in New Hampshire. As far as our posting laws go, Fish and Game don't require you to go all the way around your property. As long as you're posting at reasonable entry points, they will enforce it. And and people have been cited for it. And this this is something that's going to cause a bigger problem. And you know, in my opinion, you know, this is an animal rights bill, nothing more, nothing less. And you know, it's trying to stop hunting, and hunting's an important tool for fish and game. You know, we can't get the does to line up and take birth control. You know, hunting is the only way to keep the populations down. And you know, we can't be limiting access to open land to people who want to hunt. Thank you, and I'll take questions.
We're all set. Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Rob Johnson, representing the New Hampshire Farm Bureau as the Federation's policy director. And we are here in opposition to the bill. Farm Bureau is an organization made up of landowners. And while initially when we looked at the purple paint laws in other states and the previous bill and this bill, we looked at it as an option, simply as another option. But as we looked at it further, it was something that it's a direction we didn't want to go. We think that if a landowner is going to deny access on their property, that they should, as the current law requires, that they post with their name and an address or contact information. We as an organization, we support the tradition of open access in the state. The way that this bill is proposed is that it's a blanket no trespassing. What we encourage our members to do is, if you want to post property, and to post it no trespassing without landowner permission. Then it enables us as landowners to have a conversation with the individual wishing to access the property. It's and I want to be clear that though we encourage open access as a right, excuse me, as a privilege. I mean, not as a right. That said, we certainly support the right of landowners to deny access. But we just again we just do not believe this is a direction that we want to go. And I'll leave it at that and appreciate your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. If I may, I just have a quick question. Respectfully, I should have asked it of the sponsor, but I wasn't able to write fast enough. So does the state of New Hampshire now currently have more than one option of posting, or is it just the signs that we
I
always
believe
hear?
that's what is laid out in the current existing statute. Yes.
Okay, so if it was allowed to have two different options, would that cause confusion if a person decided they didn't want to have it posted anymore, if they did want to post and they already had one or the other?
I suppose it could.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions? Anybody else? Thank you very much. Representative Phillips?
Good morning to the committee. Representative Emily Phillips, Rockingham 7, Fremont, New Hampshire. I support this bill. I'm a co-sponsor. For me, if it's legal in another state, it should be legal in the freest state in the union. So that's why I'm on board here. This is about options. There's nothing stopping a landowner from continuing with what's been going on, posting their information. I see this as an option. It's working in other states, so let's bring it here. For all the reasons, all the points that I was going to make have been made besides what I just said. And in addition, excuse me, say you're on a property and you're hunting. I'm obviously for hunting, but I'm just saying if you need to contact the landowner and you've gone onto a property that is only posted with purple paint, there are online access through towns that you can register, find out who owns that land. So there is options. So even though, so we talk about privacy, right? Like if you don't want to post a sign with the landowner information, you can still access that information through the town records. So I don't see this as an issue. I'm again, I support this bill. I'm happy to take questions. I'm not sure if I can answer them, but I'll try. Thanks.
Seeing no questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls John O'Brien. Joan? Joan, I got to put my glasses.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Joan O'Brien. I'm from Amherst, New Hampshire. And I am a volunteer with an animal advocacy organization. I support this bill. I support giving landowners a convenient, economical, weather tamper-resistant alternative to putting up signs. The organization that I volunteer with, we provide information, resources, and supplies to people who are looking to coexist with wildlife. And one of our programs is to offer people free no hunting signs. We have a form that people can fill out and request these signs, tell us about their property. We figure out how many they need and we send them to them. On this form, there's like a little comments box, and often people will write something, extraneous, make comments about why they want the signs, etc. So I just went back through my database of all the requests that we got from people asking for signs, and just look for some of those comments that I was remembering that would sort of back up the need for paint as an alternative to the Tyvek signs, which is what most people use. And so I found a bunch. I'm just going to read 8 little quotes from 8 landowners. I'll just give you their first name. I have all their information myself, so, and these are unsolicited comments as well. So here we have Nancy in Chester. She says, I posted some last year, used last 4 this week. They keep taking them down or weather destroys them. And then we have an E. Walsh in Merrimack. We have to continuously repost signs. An L. Landy in Dunbarton. Max number of signs, please. They mysteriously disappear during hunting season. M. McEnny in Franconia. Need the full 50. I've posted in the past. Those signs have weathered away. I used a full roll. Sherry and Epson, this is the 5th person. We post, but people tear them down, and we keep putting them back up. Anne and Sharon posted in the past, but most signs now gone due to weather and hunters. Judy and Auburn, hunters steal my signs, left a deer skull on my tree. And then Grace and Andover, 150-acre property, which we try to keep posted, but need to replace about a quarter of the signs every year. So that's a lot of labor, and I think someone mentioned some of these people are elderly. And also paint is not really going to be that much quicker to apply than signs. If anyone's done a lot of spray painting, you got to keep shaking the can, you got to keep cleaning the nozzle. So I don't see that someone with bad intentions is going to be able to do something criminal any easier than with the signs. And as to contact information, so the law says you need to have your name and address on the signs. The signs are honored even if a person chooses to leave that information off. My signs say O'Brien and my street address. I have my property posted. If somebody wanted to contact me from that information, how would they do it? O'Brien and my street address? They can't. So we'd have to use the databases like this woman before me mentioned. And one last thing, people have talked about how confusing it's going to be. Nobody's going to know what the purple paint means. Fish and Game is extremely good at disseminating information and letting people know what has changed. We had changes in the rules around tree stands this year. It comes out, the rules have changed. Here's how it's going to work this year. And the hunters, they're very used to that kind of thing. Thank you, and I'll take questions if anyone has any.
Representative Prue.
What happens if I'm not a hunter and I don't know what purple paint is?
Why would you need to know if you weren't a hunter?
I like to hike.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess we'd have to have a way of getting that information out to people who are just hiking recreationally.
Representative Janvrin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I am a recreational hiker. I'm an Eagle Scout. I do that a lot. Are you aware there's at least 7 trails in Rockingham County that use purple as a blaze for that trail?
No, I'm not. I'm not an expert on all the different blaze colors, but I know people behind me are.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Jason Stock.
Well, good morning. For the record, my name's Jason Stock. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association, and thank you for the opportunity to come here and speak to you today in opposition to House Bill 1527. Our members, we represent timberland owners and the forest products businesses. Our members own and or manage about I'd say about 1 million acres across the state of New Hampshire. And you know, I won't reiterate, but a lot of the comments that Rob Johnson had raised, we agree with. I think Representative Proul raised a great issue, and as did Representative Love when he earlier spoke about some of the confusion. We have landowners that own land in other states with purple paint laws, and when this came to our policy committee, one of them in particular, and it's a large institutional owner, and they said in those states they have seen problems. And it's not just hunters. We have a very nice, convenient way to educate hunters through the Hunting Digest, but there are mountain bikers, there are hikers, there are a lot of, this recreational community is much broader than just hunting. Hunting's the easy group to educate. And hunters generally respect private property because they know they're a guest. But there are other folks that just, we don't have that conduit to educate them. And so that was part of the confusion that they have seen firsthand on their properties or their neighbors' properties in other states. And again, I think to really reiterate what Rob had said is, as an organization, we try to encourage our members to open their land up to recreation. Posting is a private property right. We certainly believe in that. But one of the things that we really pride ourselves in is opening up, encouraging members where they want to and feel it's appropriate to open their land up for recreation, whether it's hiking, hunting, bird watching, nature observation, skiing, or snowshoeing. So again, when we looked at this bill and our committee really wrestled with it, we said at the end of the day, the benefits that would be gleaned from a more, quote, convenient way of posting, it really doesn't merit some of the other problems that we felt we would see down the line, more or less. And I should say, in addition, it really kind of runs counter to one of the tenets of our organization, in that we try to encourage public access and public use of private property where the landowner feels it's appropriate. With that, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions. And again, I thank you for your time to testify on this bill today.
Thank you. Could you share, if you have them with you, some of the stories about what the problems that the others encountered in the other states?
Happy to. Thank you, Chairman. So again, folks that may not live in a state with purple posting go to hunt or travel to another state to hike. They see these purple blazes. They don't have the benefit of a Hunting Digest if they're not a hunter, or if they live in a state where purple painting isn't a practice. They enter the property that may be posted with purple paint marks, not unknowingly, and you create a situation where they accidentally enter into a property. They're not being malicious. They don't have ill intents. And now you have you have this conflict, conservation officer or a landowner, hey, you're posting, and you kind of create this negative environment. Whereas with a sign, it's crystal clear. And with a sign, you can state posted, you can get very specific. Maybe it's hunting, fishing, whatever. You can post. Again, purple paint, you don't really know. More also, it's not as universally recognized as a posting as signage. It just isn't. And that's where we've seen it with our members when they talk to their neighbors in other states. They've said, yeah, we tried the purple paint thing and it was a mess.
Representative Chambers.
Mr. Chairman, the witness actually just answered my question in answering yours.
Representative Pratt.
Hi, just one question. How do you square the difference between paint and nails used for signs?
Well, a couple things. And again, there are ways to post without having to use nails. There are different types of staples that can be used that aren't roofing nails. Roofing nails are the enemy number one. So there are ways to use non-roofing nail type, or as we heard earlier, drywall screws, even worse yet. So there are ways to do it. And the other thing to remember is when you have a property, generally you're going to post on your property line. You want to maintain, a lot of those trees may also be trees that are border trees that will be blazed with, say, a red paint to designate your property line. Particularly if you're deep in a forest, you're going to have red blazes on it designating your property line. You don't want to remove those trees, even if you do a timber sale in that neighborhood, because that tells you and your neighbor where your property line is. So there's a couple things, a couple strategies, and a reason why you don't want to. Many times you may not even want to remove that tree, because that tells me and that tells my neighbor, and that more importantly, it tells my neighbor's logger, hey, those are my trees. Don't cross the line.
Representative Muse.
Thank you. In your testimony, you said that your organization wrestled with the bill. Can you tell me a little bit more about the kind of landowners you represent? Just looking at your website, it looks more like landowners who basically open up their land for timber harvesting, as opposed to a person who might live in Derry and might have 50 acres. Or tell me a little bit more about your membership.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. Our members, we have tree farmers. Tree farmers, to be a tree farmer, you have to have at least 10 acres. So we'll have members who are landowners that have 10 acres. Some of them are in more suburban areas, like, the regions of the state where it's a little more developed. We also, and that ranges all the way up to large institutional owners, timber investment groups, real estate investment trust, the large commercial organizations where they'll own tens, or in some cases hundreds of thousands of acres. So our membership is the entire range, and so our member, and then the other half of our membership is businesses that are in the business of growing, harvesting, processing forest products, and many of those companies also own timberland, because that's part of their business and that's part of their supply chain. So the diversity of our membership, generally, unless you're a business or just love trees, I would say most of our members own, I would say, in excess of 20 acres, generally, given that 10 acres is the threshold for, say, tree farm or current use status.
Follow up, please. Would you say that most of your members actually live in New Hampshire, or do quite a few of them live outside the state?
I would say on a head count basis, most of them live in New Hampshire. On a per acreage rate, on a per acreage basis, because you can have one large, say a large parcel that's owned by a out of state real estate investment trust. They would say they would be out of state. And so a lot of those little 20-acre tree farms, it takes to equal 30,000 acres up in Coos County.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair calls Linda Dion.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I have a different angle about this, kind of. I put my testimony on the back of the tree sign. This is plastic. It's not paper. It's not going to decompose. So it adds to pollution in our forest, especially how we're hearing how everybody's tearing them down and they get weathered and they fall down. And animals have been seen chewing on this plastic, and ingesting plastic can be fatal for the little wild animals out there. You can't tear this, by the way. It's not paper, so it will not decompose. So just for the environmentally aware people that we are, this is not a good thing to put in our forests. Paint is much easier, much better. And the gentleman that was speaking, he was talking about property lines, and he said they're painted with red paint. Why don't they have a sign? Why are all these trails marked with paint? It's because paint works well. It's easy to put on trees or whatever. So, and it's easy to understand. If you're a hiker, you know what the different colors mean. If you're a hunter, you're going to know that purple means stay out. I think I don't think you give people enough credit that they're not going to know what these purple stripes mean. They're it's going to be, I don't know, what is it, 12 inches? I don't have the bill, but people are going to know what that means. We're not stupid. We can figure it out, And I guess that's all I have, really. Because Representative Reed gave good testimony, and she touched on pretty much everything.
Thank you. Representative Giambrin, I have a question.
I do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. Thank you for coming today. One of the things that your sign here actually piqued in my mind was purple paint. Does it mean no hunting, no trespassing?
No trespassing.
No trapping, no dogs? I mean, this sign actually discerns many things, whereas purple paint is just a general provision not to trespass. Or is it to no hunt? Because it's confusing to me. Can you just speak on that?
Well, it's no, it's not a no hunting. A lot of people think this bill is an anti-hunting bill. It's not. It's a property rights bill. And it means no trespassing. Simple as that. Like this sign says no trapping. You can't trap anyway on people's property without permission, because it's so violent and cruel. And so I probably shouldn't have said that. But anyway, yeah, it's no trespassing. I know somebody who wants to stop hunters from her property. So she says she's going to continue to use the signs anyway, because she's going to say hikers allowed on her signs. So that's the thing. You have the option. You can use a sign or you can use the purple paint.
Thank you for your testimony today.
Okay.
What?
Oh.
You got to make the vice chair know that you have a question. Representative Prue.
Hi.
Do you know if they make signs that like list other things, like you could go fishing or you could go hiking, but you can't hunt?
Yes, there's a sign for pretty much anything. Fish and Game even gives out signs. Hunters welcome, things like that. So there are different types of signs. This is the most widely used because it's the most affordable.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. The chair calls the Honorable Tom Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Mine's real quick. So I support this bill because I don't want hunters to get harmed. For example, if they were to trespass on my property, it wouldn't end well. If I see an individual lurking around on my property that's armed, it will not end well. I will assume it is a federal agent trying to kill my dog. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls the Representative Kelly Potenza.
So again, for the record, Representative Kelly Potenza, Stratford District 19. I was here, so I heard this bill and I stayed, and just because I wanted to speak on it real quick. So I think that the most important thing in this whole discussion is who has rights to my property? I do. This is really a liberty issue more than anything else, and it gives people options. So I love the previous speaker that said she wants a sign that's basically going to say hikers and hikers, and if somebody wants to ride their horse or whatever, but she doesn't want, hunters. And I actually have a personal story. My very good friend, she owns 66 acres in Stratford County and has had multiple problems with her property. She wants to actually build a couple different homes and have it be where she sets up. She actually has her house right now is in Lee. She has had so many problems with her property. Not just about the sign piece, but they have gone missing. That is an issue. But her game cameras have gone missing. She has her cameras on there because she loves to see the wildlife. She gets a little notice and she sees the deer and she sees bears and bobcats, and it's fantastic. But she's lost her game cameras, and she has a gentleman that he just continues to go through her property over and over, and she doesn't even know how at this point to get him out. So I just think this would be an easier thing. She actually hurt her ankle. I remember her telling me that when the signs were gone, that's a real. If you can make life easier for people and put paint, and I think it's great. I do think there's an environmental thing. Plastic signs kind of stink. I know this. I hated buying them when I was running for election, but that's the only way. The paper ones really just fall apart in weather. And so I just think that this is a great liberty issue, property right issue bill, and there should be options for anyone. If people still want to have signs, they should, as well as if it was my property, I would not want to put my name and address on something as well. I think it's also a privacy issue. So I think this can alleviate a lot of things. Let's give people options.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Major Dave Walsh, New Hampshire Fish and Game.
Good afternoon, Chairman Roy, members of the committee. My name is Dave Walsh. I'm the Assistant Chief of Law Enforcement for New Hampshire Fish and Game. Fish and Game Department has taken the position to oppose this bill. You've heard from the Timberland Owners Association and the Farm Bureau, so I won't reiterate a lot of their comments. I will say this, for 40 years, this prescribed manner of posting statute has been in existence. I think everybody here recognizes and probably sees daily on their commute the orange posted signs. Everybody knows what they mean. If we allow the purple paint it certainly will bring confusion. I also reached out to the state of Maine, who in 2011 instituted a very similar bill, and I was told that it is not unusual for hunters and non-hunters alike from out of state to be found. They avoid the posted pieces, the posted signs, and end up on property with purple paint thinking they're doing the right thing because they just simply don't know the difference. And to Representative Prue's point, we do have a method of notifying our hunters with the hunting digest, although I can tell you after 26 years, they don't always read them. But hikers and every other outdoor enthusiast, there's not an easy way to get that word out. Another scenario that I've dealt with dozens of times over my career is you'll have a hunter out on legal land. They'll shoot a deer, for example. They'll track the wounded deer to posted property. That hunter does not have the right to enter posted property to dispatch that wounded animal. They have to contact the landowner and get permission. If the signs, they know exactly who to contact. If there's purple paint, that delays what is a timely issue. And finally, I think the most important piece of why this should not be passed is if you allow landowners to post their land with no contact information at all, it distances the communication or discourages the communication between the outdoor enthusiasts and the landowners. New Hampshire has a long and proud history of outdoor recreation. 80% of our property in the state is private land. If you discourage communication, I can't think of any scenario in life where discouraging communication works. It's going to create more posted property. And anyone who enjoys the outdoors is going to lose out if we add more posted property and restrict access in the state.
Thank you. Representative Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So the criminal statute says knowingly, or a person knowingly trespasses on the property. Do you think that this would pose a problem in prosecution of anybody?
Absolutely. And, Maine put the law in 2011 and they're still dealing with problems 12 years after. So to prove that somebody knew what purple paint is as opposed to a sign that says no hunting makes a big difference.
Representative Muse.
As a property owner, shouldn't a decision about communication be one that the property owner is entitled to make? So if I decide that I want to have no communication with somebody who wants to come on my land, what's the issue with that? I'm not sure I understand.
Well, New Hampshire, we have a very proud history of outdoor recreation, not just hunting and fishing, but snowshoeing, hiking, bird watching, all those things. If the landowners, which 80% of our land is private, if the landowners don't want to communicate with the people that access all the property, then we diminish those outdoor recreational pursuits. And I don't think that's the New Hampshire way.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Isn't that a de facto mandate, though, for landowners to be required or be forced to communicate with these folks?
Well, it's been working for 40 years. I don't know if you want to call it a de facto mandate, but
Could you, you say 40 years. Has New Hampshire always had a shared land use policy, even before that, since way back in the beginning? It was my understanding that when this state was founded, people had come from England where you had to be a lord or the king's permission to hunt on the king's land, and you could actually be executed for killing one of the king's deer. So they were very open to the fact that keeping just land for everyone and not just the rich titled people. Is that where it came from?
that's exactly right. Yeah, and I believe these statutes came in existence roughly 40, 50 years ago, but that is how it was all founded, correct? Is that anybody, whether you're rich, poor, could access the land. Yep.
Thank you. Representative Jambrin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of the folks on this committee don't deal with fish and game very often. I understand that you have a program where you assist people in posting their property. Secondarily to that, if a person buys a piece of property that has been posted by the prior owner, what is the process for them to unpost that? With purple paint, it seems it would be onerous to go out and paint over or demarcate that, but would it not be easier to remove a sign?
Correctly, yes. So we do have a landowner relations program that we do help landowners, but yes, if I bought 20 acres that somebody had posted before me and I don't want to post it, I would have to remove all those signs, or if there's paint, I'd have to either paint over them or scrape them down or do something. I have to find them first, but yes. Yep.
Representative Selig.
Thank you. Just a very quick question, and thank you for taking my question. So I understand you oppose this bill. For people who post their signs and regularly have them torn down by people who shouldn't be tearing them down, would you support elevating the penalty for doing that?
Sure, the penalty if somebody is caught removing or defacing a sign? Yeah. It currently is a misdemeanor. I'd be very surprised if the state of New Hampshire made it higher than that, but I'm happy that it is a misdemeanor. Yep.
Representative Newman.
Thank you for taking my question. What's the legal status of somebody that the sign is posted, but there's no owner information on it?
Good question. Yep. So the criminal trespass statute, we have a prescribed manner of posting statute, which recommends the 2 inches block letters every 100 yards. But the criminal trespass statute says if it's posted in a manner that comes to your attention, it's considered posted. So our job in law enforcement, we'd have to prove that it came to their attention. I can give you many scenarios where I'll get a call that is hunters on posted property or someone's on posted property. I find them and they say, well, I didn't know it was posted. If I step back 4 or 5 feet, I can see the blaze orange sign 100 yards away. If I can see it, they can see it. That wouldn't be the case with purple paint. But.
To be clear, does it have to have the landowner's name and information on it to be considered properly posted to violate the law?
Properly posted, it does. However, you can still prove criminal trespass if you can prove that they knew they were not supposed to be there.
Okay, so a sign that just says no trespassing can still prove criminal trespass even if there's no landowner information.
Correct.
Thank you. Who else? Okay, that's it. Thank you for that. Oh, I have one last question. I have about, I think, almost 10 acres, and it's got blue paint all the way around it. And I was walking my dogs the other day, and I kind of noticed some of them were fading and looking a little purple. What does the blue paint signify?
I have no idea.
I think because I'm surrounded by Bear Brook State Park, that it might indicate state property, but you don't know.
So the Fish and Game Department, our property, we blaze orange. So if another agency uses blue, I'm not aware of it, but it could be state parks, although I've not dealt with blue paint. So,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Maybe it was purple. I don't know. Yeah, could be. All right. No further questions. Thank you for your testimony this morning. Is there that's it. Anyone else wishing to testify who hasn't turned in a pink card? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing. And what's next?
1328.
At this, I open House Bill 1328 and invite the sponsor to introduce the bill. Well, 1428, excuse me. Clerk misinformed me.
Good morning, good afternoon now, Mr. Chair and members of the Criminal Justice Committee. I come before you with House Bill 1428 FN. At this point, I've learned some new information since I filed this bill. So I would request that this bill goes to interim study so we have the opportunity to work with the superintendents of county correctional facilities, county law enforcement, and municipal law enforcement, so we can come up with a plan and maybe a alternative bill to address some of the issues. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm sure the whole committee does as well. Thank you. With that, I have a lot of cards for this. Considering that we're about to dispose of the bill, does everyone who put a card still wish to testify? Or how about this? Does anyone want to raise your hand if you do? Otherwise, we're just going to close it and deal with it. Okay. All right. Thank you. So I'm going to ignore all these cards. With that, I close the public hearing on House Bill 1428. And while everyone's here, we're going to go ahead and exec this right now, I think. I hereby open the executive session on House Bill 1428. I make a motion to interim study. Can I get a second? Ooh. Oh. Seconded by Representative Harry Gathright. I think we heard all we needed to hear unless someone wants to say something else. The sponsor requested it be interim studied. I agree. Seeing no one wishing to discuss, I'd ask the clerk to call the roll.
She's not here. Schedule.
It's interim study made by me and seconded by Representative Gaffney.
Vice Chair Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Pratt,
Yes.
Representative Sitek,
Yes.
Representative Prue,
Yes.
Representative Mannion,
Yes.
Representative Reed,
Yes.
Representative Stone,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Harry Gathright, Representative Muse,
Yes.
Representative Bolden,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Chairman Roy,
Chair votes yes.
18-0.
Result 18-0 in favor of interim study. With that, I close the executive session on 1428.
Consent?
What?
Consent? Can that go on consent or did?
I'm not even sure what happens. I think it
Okay,
stays
probably
here.
doesn't go.
Yeah. It doesn't go to. Everyone hold on, please. We need to exec anything else. We're up against the clock on early bills. And if it's not scheduled for Monday,
Nope. 1528. This is for Monday, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yep.
no. 1628.
I don't see this. It's 1658 is.
Okay, so you can cross that one off. What's the last one?
1428. We just did this one.
Yeah.
So 1556. Let me just look another check. 1528. Nope. And 1527. Nope. So we're gonna do these right now.
Yeah, we have to. All right. Shit. This doesn't. Sorry for the potty mouth out there. Where's my little sheet? No, not that one, but I wanted this one.
Representative Newman.
With that, I'm going to open the executive session on House Bill 1566, and I'm recognizing Representative Stone to make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion for ITL for HB 1566.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would. 156 attempts to address issues that are currently already being addressed in the state of New Hampshire. And it sounded during the testimony from everyone here this morning that it's really more of a localized issue versus a state issue. There are many avenues to address any perceived improprieties with either police conduct or police investigations. And some of those were testified to today. In addition, there is the option of an agency requesting an independent review from a private vendor such as Municipal Resources or a similar group that would come in and basically go through and assess any needs that need to be changed for an individual department.
Would you like to speak to your second, Representative Pro?
Yes, I would.
I thought I had left it on. It seemed like some things fell through the cracks that usually don't in this case. And I think that the family has brought awareness to that department of the inefficiencies. And I have heard that towards the end, actually the police department and the family got to sit down and discuss all these things, and they were made aware of a lot more information than they did in the beginning when things fell through the crack. So as it came full circle, I think they got there. It just took them a long and hard way to get there.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be voting against the ITL motion. I believe that an amendment could be made which makes this legislation workable. I believe that the idea brought forward of increased accountability and transparency in government is a good thing, and I think it's sad to hear that the people of Derry have such a distrust for their police department, knowing the standards that New Hampshire police hold themselves to. So I think it's a good thing to have accountability and transparency and to push for investigations that are done in a thorough manner. And I'm going to vote against the ITL on principle for that family that told a very impactful story about the lack of transparency in the situation that they had, and vote against the ITL motion for in the hopes that someone sees this and writes up an amendment to make the bill better.
Thank you. I would just respond by saying in my mind, there's a need for some ethics guidelines, perhaps. I just don't think that we have the time left to give it the due diligence that it needs with regard to maybe perhaps investigations occurring or being referred out before an investigation. This concept of secondary investigations, as we heard from the testimony, could cause a lot of problems with witnesses having different testimonies. It could cause more problems than it's worth. That's why the Attorney General's office wasn't in favor of it in any way, shape, or form in its current form. So, but your point is well taken. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do understand the constraints that we have on time in the committee and that the bill had some issues in its current form, but I just find it impossible to vote ITL after hearing from this family and understanding that it must be an unspeakable burden to have to simultaneously plan funeral arrangements for your loved one and be going through this process to try and find justice through the system, and that there has to be something we can do to make that process easier for the people.
Thank you. Representative Sully.
Thank you. I am like Representative Murray and Representative Wheeler. I agree there's some problems with the bill, but I can't support ITL. I think it should be amended and would prefer if we had sufficient time even till Monday perhaps to work on that.
Well, let me ask this. Do you think if I were to recess the executive session, you would be able to get an amendment that you think that you could garner the support of the majority of this committee?
I wonder if we could do an amendment that, my understanding of part of the problem was from the testimony we heard today, specifically, part of it had to do with perceived conflict of interest based on someone having a role within the town. I think if there were an amendment that included if someone works for the town or has I don't exactly know the words, my head's a little foggy at the moment, in full honesty, because I have a migraine. But some language around if there's the person works for the town or something to do with the fatality element, that we could probably work something that we would all be comfortable with, or at least reasonably equally uncomfortable, but comfortable, if that makes sense.
We thought about that ourselves, and the problem we ran into is you start looking at some municipalities. Is it just the town? Does it include the school? Does it include, in this case, it wouldn't have helped because that was a state employee, because it was a social worker, not someone who worked for the town. So how it becomes so enormous that it becomes unwieldy and unworkable.
Again, I don't have the words right
That's
now.
why I said I don't think we have the time to really sort out.
Right, but so where I'm coming from is I agree that this bill, the language as it's currently written, and as we heard testimony, it sounds like it wasn't even written to fall under the correct section.
Yeah.
So, but I'm voting against it because I wish we had the time to do the work necessary. Does that make sense?
It does. I mean, if I could get a unanimous agreement, I'd be happy to send it to interim study, which keeps it quasi alive to work on without sending the message that.
I would support that. And as you know, living in a community where I know the level of extra stuff they go through, I appreciate that.
Can I get kind of a show of hands who would support an interim study? I withdraw my motion. Do you withdraw your motion to, or who made the ITL? Stone, were you willing to withdraw your ITL to do interim study?
If that's a popular consensus of the committee.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, one of the things I would like to say is I think right now we're all making a decision based on emotions because we heard a very god-awful story. And I don't think that the bill that is presented to us was going to change the outcome of that. And if this is a situation of where the guide rails have to be for conflict of interest, that wasn't the bill that we had. So it almost sounds like the amendments that people are talking about are not this particular bill. And one of the things that we heard last year was a similar situation where a family was very, very wronged. It's awful. It had to do with child pornography, but the bill that was presented to us was not at all the fix that was needed. And that's something to think about. This is making a decision based on sentimentality versus what we have in front of us, which was the facts. So before we make the
Well, I would say that interim study sends the message to the family that we take their concerns very seriously, and we think that, as some of the members think that there's work that could be done to bring forth that bill or another bill that was similar, and this gives it the opportunity to be worked. So I think that Representative Newell and then Representative Stone.
I take that point. I take that point. The idea of it being based on a certain situation, what we end up balancing is the idea of, okay, is it one isolated situation or is it a situation that has been brought to our attention that is indicative of a trend, right? And, you know, I think that we owe this family justice. When they spoke about it, that was what they said. They said, we were able to have this conversation later, but there are, you know, inevitably other people who go through this who don't have the information, who don't have the resources, who don't end up doing that. So to me, that kind of indicates that, you know, it's worth us looking into it to see whether this is a trend or an isolated situation and address the issue that may be larger
I
than
think
just that one
a
family.
key part of looking into it is also looking into the things that were brought by Chief Aldenberg with regard to the Director Skipper and the council. They have the the ability to look into these things. What does that process look like? I'm not sure. So that's something we would want to look at. Representative Stone.
Thank you. I'd like to say that this was an issue brought up for a single municipality. There are 200 towns in New Hampshire, and there's 13 cities. Some of those cities choose to have oversight committees, such as a police commission that handles police issues. That should be more of an issue for the town of Derry and their residents who decide if that's the route they want to go to move that forward. Some towns have them, some towns don't. But if they want oversight, that'd be the proper way to go. I don't think legislating everyone based on one department's issue is really viable or practical. And I really am sympathetic to the family. And I don't think there's any legislation, and I don't think there's any justice that's going to return their family members.
Representative Pro.
So one of the things I've learned in my years here is I would rather not pass legislation than to pass legislation that doesn't work or bad legislation. So either ITL or interim study to try and fix it is the only two things I see. But passing a bill that isn't really addressing the family's problem isn't going to fix their problem, right? It's still bad legislation that doesn't do what we want it to do. So either we take the time and fix it over the summer and have it ready for next year, or we put it away and somebody draws up a brand new one for next term that now knows what the issues are. But to pass this that doesn't do what the family wants, what's the point?
Representative Newman.
Well, I'll first say that good or bad legislation is in the eye of the beholder. And secondly, I'll say that I think my simple solution would be to take the word shall, it's only in there once, and change it to may. And you would use the normal processes, and you would make a request for somebody to do an investigation. And it would go to the Attorney General or the appropriate person, and they would look at the circumstances as to why this investigation was called, and they would either decide to do it or not do it. I think that would be a solution that would work also.
Representative Manning.
Thank you. There's already a process for that.
Yeah, it's true. They can currently ask to the Attorney General to, there's just no mandate that they do so. Matter of fact, I think that this case was doubly investigated. The state police did go back and do yeah, they all came to the same conclusion, unfortunately, for the poor family. Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would support a move towards interim study and, keeping this in the committee until for the summer and bringing it back next year for the 2025-26 biennium, just so, because obviously there are a number of questions that need to be honed out and, like you said, complexities with this bill that need to be smoothed out. So I think it would behoove the committee to, soft kill it, so to speak, and say that that's, it's a bill that is, as written, is not appropriate, would not address the family's situation as happened to them, but brings up an important issue and would be worthwhile to study over the summer going into next year, depending on, as you say all the time, how our elections go. So,
thank you. Who else? Representative Selig.
Sorry, thank you very much for this. Again, I agree. I think interim study would be a better option if we could do that. I think also it may be a simple matter of not necessarily mandating further research, but maybe mandating something like police departments have to have something posted somewhere about if you're concerned that your case is not being heard fairly, just like maybe even a poster on the wall, like this is who you can contact, because the general population doesn't necessarily know what that is. So some form of like, how do you figure that out?
Representative Jammern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a resident of the town of Seabrook that had some police problems in the past, as I'm sure a lot of people on the committee are aware of, I think that part of the problem here is there are processes for disciplining and for investigating misconduct or just simply ethics violations by police officers. The problem is the general public isn't aware of what those are. And I joked, hey, let's go stick another poster in the foyer for the police department. I don't think that's the answer. I think what we need to do is get the Fish and Game to do a beautiful video on explaining the law, because they do a great job with that. But I would lean toward interim study, and I'll make you this promise. If you do it, we can have our meeting at Hampton Beach State Park, and we'll go out and have some lobster.
Yeah. Well, I believe we can now. Oh no, like the scuba diving lobster bill got killed. We could actually amend this. Anyone else wish to testify or discuss? All right. If Representative Stone's willing to withdraw the motion, and
Yeah, I'll withdraw.
okay, and do you withdraw your second, Representative Pro?
Yes, I will withdraw my second.
Okay. With the motion's being withdrawn, I'll make a motion of interim study, seconded by Representative Wheeler. I think we've had our discussion on the matter. I'd ask the clerk to call the roll.
Vice Chair Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Pratt,
Yes.
Representative Prue,
Yes.
Representative Janvrin,
Yes.
Representative Mannion,
Yes.
Representative Reed,
Reluctantly, yes.
Representative Stone,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Representative Muse,
Yes.
Representative Bolden,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Chairman Roy. 18-0.
18-0 unanimous interim study. And, for what? Oh, that comes later, yeah. With that, I hereby close the executive session on House Bill 1566. With that, I open the executive session on House Bill 1528 and recognize Representative Harriet Gathright to make a motion.
I motion that we ought to pass on HB 1528.
Do I have a second? Seconded by Representative Selig. Would you like to speak to your motion?
We received detailed information in regards to what happens at the border. And for those of us that actually listen to this and realize that we don't have I'm sorry. Well, I apologize. That's okay. That's your opinion. I apologize. So what else you want? All right. Thank you. So, because of the testimonies that we received, and particularly from the ACLU and the information that was provided to them by law enforcement, I felt that this definitely needed to pass because it is an issue. We're being told it's an issue, but the data says there's no issue. So I would like the bill to pass because I want to continue to get more data. I believe last year the data was not available, but it became available since then. So now that we do have the data, we want to capture it in the proper places.
Would you like to speak to your second, Representative Selig?
Yes, thank you. I think that part of our being elected is having fiscal responsibility to the citizens of New Hampshire. And where we've expended, I think it's $1.4 million, if I'm getting the numbers
allocated, but it
correct.
wasn't expended.
Allocated, sorry, that much money towards addressing the problem. We have an obligation to know what the money's being used for and whether it's being used effectively so that we know whether it makes sense to continue such funding or to repeal that kind of funding. And we can't know whether our money is being used effectively in an absence of information. And so it's not asking for extensive additional information. It's saying, you've got the information, please share it with us so that we can make appropriate financial decisions for the benefit of all citizens.
Further discussion. Representative Janvrin.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I will be voting against the OTP motion, and I'll tell you why. Line 6 calls for an analysis of the percentage of race and ethnicity the whole purpose of the Northern Border Alliance program is for migrants that are illegally in the United States of America. And with that in mind, I've already put a request to OLS to amend the bill. We'll fight that on the floor, I get that. But I think it should be the country of origin or the citizenship of that person. Race and ethnicity, I don't need that information to make an educated decision on whether it should continue or not. So that I'm definitely opposed to that wording, so that would be why I'm opposed to an OTV motion.
Thank you, Representative Newell.
Thank you. I will be voting in favor of OTP. Just to the point of having that information is essential to understanding whether there is racial profiling happening with it. So what kind of other side effects come along with it. So I think that's essential in assessing whether it's actually achieving its goal or if there are side effects that are unintended consequences.
Out of curiosity, how does knowing the race of the people that are being interacted with indicate racial profiling in and of itself?
The question is if people would be, so I think that's a pretty easy answer, actually. The idea is if people are being approached or having situations like that, interactions based on how they look, rather than, if there's actually a situation where they're coming from another country or something like that. So I think that's how the racial profiling comes into play.
I guess my question is how, so you don't know that's why. In other words, if we get a percentage of a certain race that's more than another race, in and of itself, that's not indicative of racial profiling. That's just could be indicative of that's who they encountered. How do we get to the question of, to your point, to know whether it's racial profiling just based on raw data without, do you see where I'm going?
I do, except that that's not the only piece of data that's being reported or proposed to be reported. There's multiple points of data that are proposed to be reported in here. So I think as a combination of all of these things, and figuring, seeing the statistics holistically, I think that's how you would assess that data.
Representative Prue and then Representative Stone.
So more of a comment here is, I was looking at the numbers from the ACLU and they're kind of low. So are we having low numbers because they know that New Hampshire border is being patrolled very well? Or is it that we don't have enough border agents and a lot of people are just sneaking by them? So to say that nobody's coming across just because you haven't found them, this isn't like the southern border where you can see people for miles with no obstructions. There's woods, rocks, whatever, that pretty easy to sneak by people in the woods. So I'm just putting that out there and I kind of agree that I've heard in other committees and other things that when you're going to ask somebody or you're going to write down what their race is and you get it wrong, then they're upset at you because you didn't classify them correctly. Whereas if you ask them, what country did you come from? Now you know it, right? I guess, sort of in my head. It sounds better in my head and it's just not coming
I think
out.
it came out okay. Let me see who is next. Representative Stone.
Thank you. I'll be voting in opposition to the ought to pass. I think the country of origin is vital for border security. I think that's imperative that we know that information. I think the subject of racial profiling is used in this committee and other places way too often, and it's getting very old.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Representative, everyone has a turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said in my testimony, well, first of all, as a political mentor of mine, Bernie Sanders, said in a Vox interview in 2016, open borders is a Koch brothers proposal that anyone with half a brain doesn't support. People coming over the border illegally is not good for them. It's not good for business. It's not good for the country. It's not good in general. And I don't support that. What we're talking about here, in my opinion, is making sure that we have the data on who is coming across the border. And so to me, it's just not a left or a right issue. This legislation just gets us to the point where we know how many people are coming across the New Hampshire border at a time when the federal government, Senator Shaheen, has asked Secretary Mayorkas to get us this information, and he has refused to get it, or has been very tiptoey when interacting with the senator's office. So I think if we're not going to get the data from the feds, it's incumbent on us to get the data from us and collect that data, because it's important to know who's coming across the border illegally.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to make a couple points. To the point of collecting country of origin, I would have been happy to drop an amendment to collect that information if I had been given the opportunity to do so. But I do think that in collecting that information, we have to ask the individual what country they're from, which we would also ask the individual what race and ethnicity they hold. It's asking a question of the individual either way. And to the point of, are we not patrolling the border enough? And that's why the encounters are so low. I would counter that through Operation Stone Garden, we returned about 30% of the funds that were given to the state in order to patrol the border back to the federal government, because we did not use those funds. So there's not a lack of resources available for this work. It's simply a lack of need. And we're not really arguing here whether the program is necessary or not. We're just asking for data to be given to the legislature and the public so that we can understand why this expenditure is necessary.
Representative Harry Gaffrey.
Yes. Well, I was going to speak to the same thing that Representative Murphy spoke to, the fact that there was $54,000 and only 30% was used. So if there was a lack of officers, I think the money was there to get additional officers if that was the case. But I'm taking offense to the comment that the moments that racial profiling is getting old, that conversation, it's never old, never. And I sit here in this committee and you want to make a statement that racial profiling is getting old. It's not getting old in this state. And it is being
getting
reported.
old. It is getting old.
I think for people of fair mind and can say that people who work in the community of law enforcement to constantly hear racial profiling when they're not doing it, it can get old. Just like people who suffer from racial profiling can say that it's not getting old. So I think fair-minded people can disagree without.
Yeah. Okay.
Representative Wheeler.
Just really quickly, I agree with what you said. I think fair-minded people can disagree. I would also just say that it's important to, whether it's the term racist or the term racial profiling, to be very careful with what we label as racist or racial profiling, because we want that term to mean something. And if we use the terms racial profiling or racist to describe things that aren't that or on the line of that, then I think that we dilute the word to mean something not as impactful as it once did.
Agreed. Representative Newman.
One way to prevent racial profiling is to have correct data. So if we get the data of the people that are, well, let's just say where they get field stopped or whatever, get a warning. I think there are a lot of people that look like they might be illegal immigrants, as a lot of people like to refer to people that are trying to get into this country. I think you might find out that a lot of the people that do get stopped are people that, when we collect their citizenship data, are people who are U.S. citizens. And I know a lot of people that are U.S. citizens that look like they might be migrants. They might even speak Spanish all the time. And I think the data, if you collect it, will prove whether there is or not what somebody's opinion is of whether it's there or not. That's what I believe. You need the data. So let's just collect the data and make sure we can use the data correctly.
The issue I have, and I'm having, it's becoming more difficult to get over, is we keep referencing this people who look like illegal immigrants. We're talking about the Canadian border, and what do Canadians look like? I'm concerned that we're transposing a southern border issue to the northern border. Are police trying to find brown people out in the middle of the woods? I mean, I'm trying to figure out where we're getting this allegation or this suspicion that it may be happening when we're talking about Canada, which is 99.999% Caucasian, I think. So
I get my data from a representative who is a brown person who has been stopped and
on the Canadian border.
People that live up north of Laconia. I mean, they do the stops. I mean, when the U.S. they come in here, they go 100 miles south of the border. So there's a lot of people that live in northern New Hampshire that may or may not look like immigrants. And if it turns out that that's not happening, then fine, let's just collect the data. And I will say one more thing about the data, because we've had this discussion before with the police. And the police can, at least the state police, because I went to a briefing one time and asked about what do they see on there. And it's usually white, and I don't know what all of them are, but one of them is unknown. So there's a drop-down list where they can collect it. So if they can collect the data and we get the data, we're spending money to get that data, then look at the data and see what the data tells you. That's all I'm asking for.
Representative Selig?
Thank
Oh, I'm
you.
sorry, wait a minute. Actually, Representative Bolden had her hand up first.
Okay.
Do you remember? Okay.
On the issue of country of origin, does anyone else in this committee recall when the person who will be speaking next shared that her country of origin, due to being an Army brat, is not the United States, and the problems that presents, and also just remembering that Russia has hundreds of ethnicities of some sort, so country of origin isn't informative as far as data on behavior that's based on what you see.
I think
It's not informative.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Representative Janvin. You meant origin like as where you started your trip, not where you necessarily hailed from, is it?
That's correct.
Okay. So in other words, I think he meant like where you coming from right now, not where your family comes from. If you were coming across the border, because in my mind, I'm visiting this on the border. I'm not thinking about people driving through a Starbucks 90 miles from the border. So that's
It's
my
just
bad on that.
Starting to sound like a potential Fourth Amendment issue. What country are you coming from? It's like, were you at the bar tonight, etc.
No, I mean, when you're going through a border checkpoint, you have to answer those questions. Representative Selig.
Thank you. And just to correct Representative Bolden's memory, it is true that I was not born in the United States because my father worked for the United States USAID, which is an attorney for them. What I was going to say is if the issue, so my understanding of the term country of origin is what's your essentially place of birth, as what's your personal origin, not necessarily where you came from that particular day or month or year. But if that's really the big issue, is that that phrase is not included in the list, could we not simply request an amendment for Monday and then revote or continue this to Monday to add in race, ethnicity, and country of origin into that list? Because again, much of that data is already being collected. We're not asking for new data. We're simply the bill, as I interpret it, is saying you're collecting the data already. You have to give it to us. And so if the goal is for us to be responsible about how we're using the people's money and to make sure that we're not, stealing from those people who claim taxation is that other word, that we're using their money responsibly.
Did you just make a Voldemort reference? Trooper Muzzy, you made a mistake of staying in here. Would you mind coming up? And I would like to ask a couple questions, if you don't mind.
Good
Could
afternoon,
you-
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for having me back.
Thank you for being available. there's a debate on, as you've heard, on what information is collected. I'd like to get a better understanding for the committee of what we're talking about, not necessarily the what information, but what is the scenario we're envisioning here with this information? Are we talking about, are you working with Border Patrol agents? Explain to me what this scenario, this bill is addressing as far as the field.
I have not read the bill in its entirety, and I apologize for that. I'm here for two that are following this one. However, what I can speak to from a road standpoint, a working the road standpoint, is you have a couple of schools of thought. And what I've heard from some testimony here today, I think if the committee determines that that data should be collected, it should be everything. If we're talking about country of origin and race, I suppose that's important because it paints a bigger picture than only collecting one or the other. However, from a practical standpoint, I asked the committee this. The way that I see race or ethnicity is a physical characteristic by which to help identify a person should they not show up in court for a motor vehicle summons or a criminal complaint. And so that is what I guess race means to me as an officer that indicates these things or asks the questions of these folks in preparing charging documents. If what you'll have is a couple of schools of thought out there from a practical standpoint, you'll have troopers and officers that will ask the question on the side of the road to say, excuse me, sir, ma'am, what is your race? What is your weight? We have officers and troopers that don't want to indicate that on the summons for obvious reasons. And so we run into a real life scenario of how many unknowns are we going to get in this data and what value does the unknown value provide? None. And so, I asked the committee to consider if you're going to mandate that folks working a Northern Border Alliance detail or within that program, if we're mandated to collect that, of course, all we can do is ask the contact, I'll say, whether it's a driver, pedestrian, whatever the case may be, what is your race? What is your country of origin? If they refuse to answer those things, I don't think there's anything mandating that they answer those, but we hope that they're going to be truthful and give us that information. Or is it the intent of the committee to understand and learn what my perspective is or my educated guess is as to that person's race, let's say? I guess those are the two questions that I may have or cause you to pause and think about in the collection of this from a practical standpoint, what it's going to tell you. And so I think that's probably a difficult thing. If we're dealing with a driver, I think we have more ability to ask more probing questions, I'll say. If it's a pedestrian or somebody that's just walking along Hall Stream Road in Pittsburgh, do we really have the ability to ask those, I guess, more deep questions? You're going to want that because you're going to want to say, well, how effective is this program? How effective is this initiative? And so that I see as sort of the trouble with these data points. I think if we don't make them mandatory, you have the potential of not having the real picture. If you do, now we run into some other legal issues maybe potentially. And there was one other thing I was going to say. Oh, relative to the 30% of the money that we gave back, I never worked any Stone Garden details. And I know we had several, I think we had several local partners in that with the Coos County Sheriff's Department and some other agencies. Every police agency is down. The state police is down 68 positions, I think, today. And so while, yes, I think some of that money went back, it wasn't because there wasn't the work. There wasn't necessarily the troopers or the officers to do the work. And so I can't speak intelligently to that, but I would say that certainly the lack of troopers or officers probably contributed to why the details or the funding was not spent. To some extent, anyway. I don't know exactly. But
Thank you. That was very informative. Could you describe, though, what happens at one of those details? And that's what I'm trying to actually get to. What's the interaction? What's going on? Is this cars stopped along a road? What is this? Is it like an OUI checkpoint?
No,
how is this data going to be collected?
Yeah, as I understand this, and again, I have not been to the training for the Northern Border Alliance.
I think I put myself on the list, but the likelihood of me getting up there is slim to none to be able to, participate in this. And so, as I understand it, we will be conducting normal course of business. In other words, troopers have been trained, or officers will be trained shortly, the locals that we're going to partner with on this initiative, and given some guidelines on how to operate. What I anticipate, again, not having attended that, will be much like other grants or activity-focused details or overtime or work that we have, whereby it's not that we're, if we see something suspicious, we're going to check on it. There's going to have to be some articulable suspicion there for us to stop a person, to stop a vehicle, to take some action. I think, and again, I don't know what's gone into the training, but the way that I see it is it's not anything above and beyond what we currently do. We may have some intel or some information from the Border Patrol that is suggestive to the folks that work these, what to look for, what an illegal crossing looks like. I don't know what that might be, but or things to look for, some trends that they've seen in vehicles that have come across the border, or just those sorts of things, I suspect. So the training is probably additional information relative to illegal border crossings and what to look for. But outside of that, I suspect it's a normal course of business. If I see a vehicle that's speeding, I'm going to stop it. And then maybe once I've got the vehicle stopped, maybe there's training that suggests to determine, if there's any illegal activity afoot relative to an immigration issue or something like that. So that's how I see these things happening, is normal police work as we've always done it in our local towns and communities, regardless of this particular initiative, with maybe some additional information on what is a legal crossing and an illegal crossing look like and what to look for, and to address those things. Now that we've got that heightened level of training, it becomes something that's recognizable or noticeable to us from a reasonable suspicion standpoint.
So it's actually providing extra patrols, really. Is that
Yes.
when? So really, what we're going to have is you've got this money being used to fund extra patrols within the border area, who are going to be conducting normal routine law enforcement, but these people who are on these directed patrols are going to have additional training to deal with immigration issues.
From a general standpoint, that's my understanding. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That changes a lot for me. All right, Representative Janvrin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're very familiar with the high-intensity OUI
Yes.
patrols. When you conduct one of those, in, let's say in the Seacoast area, do you collect this data of race and ethnicity?
We do not. The only time we collect those things for certain is on an arrest.
Thank you.
This is a, just to be clear, this is an executive session. He's helping us out. We're not going to put him through the rigmarole. So any other questions that are important that we haven't already dealt with, that are technical? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for letting me help clarify that.
I won't bother you again. Thank you. Further discussion based on the information we've just heard. Representative Murray.
I would just like to request that we hold this bill until Monday so we have time to drop an amendment. And also, at the beginning of the hearing, someone who testified had showed me internal policy that the state police had regarding reporting. So they are already doing reporting. And from what I can remember, there were only 1 or 2 items that were different from what's in my bill, but I can't remember off the top of my head what those were. So I would just like to be able to locate that policy and share it with the committee before we vote.
We'll recess this till Monday and take it up with the rest of our bills on Monday. And anyone who has any further information they'd like to bring or get, that would be your time. Okay? Executive sessions in recess until Monday. And I think that's it. Oh, we got one more? What we got? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on. I ate my paper. Yeah, I got it. I just got to uneat the paper. With that, I open the executive session on House Bill 1527, and I recognize Representative Janvrin to make a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move ITL.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Prue, get that one.
Oh, by all means.
You got it.
Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Janvrin?
Yes. some of the technical issues of using a paint on a tree or fence post or stick or rock, as was suggested in the bill. I am a colorblind person. I also am an avid hiker, and I do go places where the trailblazers are purple. I have an issue with if somebody moves and sells their property to a new landowner, that the blaze would still be on the trees and very difficult for them to remove. I also believe that having a sign, which is current statute, leaves the opportunity for somebody to tell what activities are permitted and what are restricted on their property, such as ATV use, fishing, hunting, trapping, hiking. There are many activities that we do in the outdoors here in New Hampshire, and I feel that signage is the better option. And there are resources through the Fish and Game Department and others to assist in posting property the legal way. I don't see that as a very large impediment to a landowner.
Would you like to speak to your second, Representative Prue?
I agree with most of with all of that. And I'll just leave it at that.
All right. Okay. We'll come back to you maybe. Further discussion? Okay.
I'll go.
Okay. He
Sorry,
remembered.
It came back around. So we heard from Fish and Game and the timber people that they do have problems with the paint. And it seems to me that they are more experienced with hearing these problems and understanding these problems. So if there's an issue, and even though some people got information from Maine that there was no problems, we found that there is some controversy on the other side of that saying that there are problems with the paint. So I think this needs to go away and maybe come back some other day, but not today.
Representative Wheeler.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with what Representative Janvrin and Representative Prue said. The only thing that I have to add is that, as you had mentioned, and it's what I was thinking of as well, is that this has been King's land for a long time, far beyond the United States of America itself. And I would worry about the chipping away at that culture of King's land from bills like this, and I will be voting for the ITL for that reason. I believe in common use.
Thank you. I actually, I'll say this. I was quasi in favor of this bill several times now because it's come back, and this time what bothered me was the testimony that was clearly designed to thwart hunting. And I'm a hunter, but I'm not that crazy a hunter, but I hunt. And I don't like bills that circumnavigate their purpose to do something else. I've said this on many occasions about many things. There's proper ways to go after something you don't like, and if you want to put that up for a vote, then let's discuss that. But don't do something to my leg and tell me it's raining. And that's what I felt happened there. And I also want, while I'm thinking of it, the testimony that the representative put forward regarding shooting or not ending well for federal agents on his property. I will be complaining to the speaker about that. That was inappropriate, and I hope everyone on this committee took exception to that. So that's where I'm at. I liked it, and then I didn't. Representative Saley.
So first, I'm left wondering if you hunt wascally wabbits, but separately from that, I think, aside from my passion for the color purple and loving the color purple, where I'm really stuck with this bill is I am conflicted between the idea that people should have the rights to protect their property and have their property be their own, the land that I purchase should be mine. And this is a bill that says may, it not that I shall. So I don't have to use purple paint. I can continue to use the yellow. But if the purple blaze just means simply no trespassing, then that would also indicate none of those other activities would be allowed. And I guess again, my brain is not at its best today, but trying to narrow down how we're saying the common good in this particular case outweighs the right of the property owner. And I definitely took exception to that comment, but that's where I was really getting stuck in some of the language. So.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess to the point of Maine, I would just, say if there's really a problem, I don't understand why they wouldn't have repealed this law after such an extended period of time. And like Representative Selig pointed out, this is not a shall. I don't really see the issue with offering property owners more options, especially because it is a physically strenuous activity for many of the elderly property owners in the state to traverse miles of their property and nail up signs on trees. That is damaging to the trees, and the plastic signs are damaging to the environment. So this seems like it's a way to address several different concerns. And I'll also name that I grew up hunting and my dad's a hunter, and I'm at all no way against, the hunting community. In fact, I'm a former vegan, started eating meat again. But I do think that we should give property owners the ability to mark their property this way if they so choose to do so. And if other property owners want to continue using signs, then they can.
Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The one question that I had asked was, if we start having more than one option, is that going to cause confusion? And I think a lot of people think, well, that's ridiculous. But I actually disagree. That this has been the norm for, I don't even know how long, but I do remember being little and saying, what does that mean? This no trespass. But I do know that it meant for me not to go there. And your property rights in New Hampshire, this law is not going to change what your property rights are. And you're allowed to go there unless it's posted. That's the way it is. It's still going to be that way. So all of a sudden, this new argument over, well, it's my property. It was that way last week. It's going to be that way tomorrow, regardless if you use purple paint or not. And it did seem to me that given the options, I feel like we're trying to fix something that's not broken.
Representative Prue. No. Didn't you say this way?
He did.
Oh, it was Representative Murray. He was, okay. Murphy.
Yep, thank you. I just wanted to say that I thoroughly agree with Representative Selig. This is an option, and so that means that people are not forced to put up purple stripes. We heard that the signs can be written to indicate whatever can be, and even if there was a concern raised about hunters maybe from out of the area not knowing what purple stripes mean, but if there's an option to post those signs, there's also the option to indicate on those signs what the purple lines mean. So you could, that wouldn't, I think, be wary. And I agree. We have a culture in New Hampshire, and we've done things the way we've done them for a long time, and I don't think anybody's out to change that. But I don't think that property owners should feel that they can't post their property because there's an expectation that they have to somehow be concerned about the way things we do here in New Hampshire. We don't want to change that. That's true, but we also don't want to take the rights of property owners away. And this again, I see it as an option. People don't have to do it if they don't want to. And there are certainly ways to make it known through Fish and Game and other ways of what those purple lines would be on trees. So I know I'm going to vote to support this bill.
Representative Newman. Oh, I'm sorry. Newman.
I'm also going to support this bill for the same reasons. I just think it's simpler, it's an option, and I don't think it's all that confusing. And the fact that 21 other states have it, they haven't been repealed either. And I'd also like to correct one thing. I believe there was testimony that if you were convicted of this crime, it would affect your federal pension. As a federal pensioner, it wouldn't. The only crimes that affect federal pensions are if it's disloyalty to the United States, treason, and a couple of others. So
Well, that just means you wouldn't be able to run for president in Colorado. Representative Mannion.
We'll wait on the Supreme Court on that one.
So I understand all this talk about having the option. That sounds great. I'm for options. However, I asked a specific question and the testimony was given, and it's the same as my experience. This only applies to methods of posting your property. It doesn't apply to the criminal trespass statute. That requires knowingly. And you are not going to convict anyone for trespassing on your property because they didn't see a purple stripe. It's just not going to happen. There's not enough there to prove that person knowingly trespassed with just purple paint as opposed to a sign. So you can make it an option. I'm all for options and freedoms. But in order to convict anyone of trespassing, it's not going to be enough, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Muse.
The very fact that we impose a posting requirement on a landowner who doesn't want people trespassing on their property is really unique. I mean, I don't have to put a sign on my car saying, stay out of my car. I don't have to post a sign on my house saying, stay out of my house. For the life of me, I can't understand how we can talk about property rights one way in the context of one kind of property, and then we have this whole different way of talking about it and understanding it when it's a different kind of property and it's all property. I don't understand this. We may have a culture, and that's fine. If people want to do this, if they want to open their lands up to people for hiking, for swimming, for hunting, whatever, that's awesome. You know, and I think we should encourage people to do that. But people who do not want other people tromping around on their property should not have other people tromping around on their property. Now, just the other day, one of the things that we passed in our House session was a law that allows hunters to use different kinds of guns, higher caliber, higher caliber firearms in hunting. We're starting to see, a push by more people to use things like AR-15s for hunting. I think people have very good reasons. I'm sorry. We have very good reasons. People have very good reasons, and they have their own reasons for wanting to keep other people off their property. And we don't have to like them. We don't have to agree with them, but I think we have to respect them. That's what we need to do under the law, not to create exceptions where exceptions don't exist. All this law does is simply provide another way for a property owner to make their feelings clear about how they want their land to be used. That is it. And I really don't see the issue with it. Thank you.
Representative Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the difference in that is if I walk up to your home or your car, I know I don't belong in there. But if I'm on conservation land and I happen upon your land by accident because it borders it, I may not know that. That's why the reposting is required in order to convict somebody of criminal trespass. That's the difference. I know your car, I can't go in it. I know your house, I can't go in it. I may not know your 100-acre property that abuts conservation land is off limits unless it's posted. That's it. Thank you.
Representative Stone.
Thank you. In regards to this issue, education was mentioned on how to inform the public of the new requirements utilizing Fish and Game. And I'd just like to point out that in 2023, 168,000 licenses were issued to include non-resident and resident. That's a very small percentage of a population that comes through New Hampshire to try to inform them of this new purple marking. In addition, an individual landowner has the option of prohibiting hunting but allowing other activities to take part of their property, such as OHRV, snow machines, and various other activities, but they may be totally against trapping or hunting of animals. At least with a sign, it's definitive and it gives you proper notice when you do come upon the property. A purple mark doesn't discriminate with what you can do or what you can't do, only saying that you're prohibited in its entirety.
Thank you. Okay, I think everyone's had a chance to speak. Representative Bolden, go ahead.
Thanks for letting me drag this on. So if I understand correctly, the only way to get a conviction is to prove that they knew that they couldn't trespass, that they were trespassing. And
It's called mens rea. They
and
have
if
to-
I understand correctly, it would probably be necessary for them to repeatedly do this for the property owner to be frustrated enough to want them arrested or charged. And so, in theory, once we have multiple times of them walking past purple paint, they know. And the evidence is there that they know. And it sounds more like this bill is about making sure that people who don't have the physical ability to post the kind of sign that's required by law can still pursue a conviction as long as they're posting under what the law permits. Like, if that's, I don't know that that's a significant problem. It's just another way to communicate your preferences should it ever come to be a situation where your only option that you have left is to press charges. That doesn't seem, I don't know why that would be problematic. Thanks.
Thank you. Everyone's had a chance to speak. I'm going to just steal a quick last word for myself. I'm not going to really discuss the semantics of the bill, but I want to go back just again to the history of the people that founded this country. Just came from a country where during a famine they would sneak into the king's land and kill a deer to feed their family, and they would be publicly executed for trespassing on the king's land and taking the king's deer. The people here said, we're going to, you know what, you can own your own land, but we're going to assume it's open to everyone to hunt and use for our enjoyment unless otherwise posted. So we made it so you could post it, but it wasn't exactly the easiest thing in the world. Whether we've evolved now to decide we're going to go back to the landowners' rights over the people who don't, I would remind us that the vast majority of New Hampshire citizens do not own property. And they may never own property. They can't afford it, and they never will. So if this catches on, it becomes much easier to post your land. And we see people, we don't like the look of them. We're concerned about profiling up in the woods of the north. People are going to get that way, and it further balkanizes us. I think we should continue to share our property and share our land. And if you definitely don't want someone there, you can do it and you can post it. But I just don't think we should be making it that much easier to keep people who can't afford a piece of property from being able to use the outdoors. With that, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll. The motion on the floor is inexpedient to legislate.
Representative Rhodes?
Yes.
Representative Pratt?
Yes.
Representative Prue?
Yes on the ITL.
Representative Janvrin?
Yes.
Representative Mannion?
Yes.
Representative Reed?
Yes.
Representative Stone?
Yes.
Representative Tenzar?
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright?
No.
Representative Muse?
No.
Representative Bolden?
No.
Representative Murphy?
No.
Representative Newman?
No.
The clerk votes no. Representative Newell?
No.
Representative Selig?
No.
Representative Wheeler?
Yay.
Chairman Roy?
Chair votes yes.
10-8.
10-8, motion is inexpedient to legislate. Who is going to write the minority report? You guys know? Representative Murray's volunteered. So take her. She volunteered. Do you want it? Yeah, I want to see your writing. Yeah. I need it by, if you could please, before Monday morning, okay? Because we're up against the deadline. And with that, I close the executive session. And wait a minute, who made the motion to ITL? Representative Janvrin, I'll need your report before Monday too, please. Thank you. And that's it for the day. And I will see you guys on Monday.
And my understanding is that Representative Muse has an amendment that basically replaces the bill. And I'm going to recognize him to talk about that.
Thank you very much. During testimony of the bill, we heard, I think the consensus is we may have something here, but there are some issues with it. And Representative Munns essentially has gone back over his bill. And one of the things I've asked him to do is to make changes to the bill. And that this has come back to us in the form of a full bill amendment. So what I think would be a good way to start would just be to ask Representative Munns to come up and just walk us through the changes that he's made. And I know there were changes around, there were issues around things like the effective date and several other things that came up.
Please join us. We're not nearly as formal on the subcommittees.
Great, thank you. Yeah, the changes or the concerns that I heard were, most of them were around funding and the potential impact this bill might have on the need for the various departments that were identified to have to either hire new personnel or buy new equipment. So what I've done with this amendment is what we've done is we've pushed the effective date of the changes in statute that we were recommending. And if you remember from my testimony, I mentioned that the lion's share of the bill, sections 2 through 23 of the bill, involves changes in statute that would allow various agencies to be able to collect fingerprints. What we've done is we've delayed in the bill, in the amendment, we've delayed the effective date of those changes until June 30th of 2025. So the end of the current budget cycle. But what we are continuing to do is allow the task force that this bill or an amendment would create to begin work as soon as possible after the bill is signed into law. And the rationale for that is that if the bill is signed into law, for example, in July 1st, the bill requires that the task force produce its initial report by November 1st of this year. And that presumably would be in that report. If any agency had a need for additional funding, that would be identified in that report. And then that could then be included in the budget that's being proposed for the next biennium. So that any agency that felt they needed to either hire additional people or purchase additional equipment, they would have the ability, once the statute goes into effect at the end of June, to then purchase the material, purchase what they need in the succeeding fiscal year. So that is the major change we made. I spoke, the Department of Health and Human Services was the one that had been the most concerned about that. After the hearing, we got together and we talked about exactly what I described, and they appeared to be very agreeable to that. So we're moving forward with that in the amendment. The other change in the bill is more of a housekeeping matter. In one of the intentions of this bill was to get uniformity in the language in statute as it empowers different agencies to collect fingerprints. And what we noticed when we were doing that, and unfortunately we didn't finish
didn't do as thorough a job as we would have liked before the bill was submitted. But in doing this final review, we noticed that there were other inconsistencies that we didn't notice. So what we have done is, if you look on page 3, in line 13, you'll see some italicized language there. We have made sure that that language is put in place in every RSA that empowers a particular department so that it's consistent. And what the language says is that fingerprints may be taken by a qualified law enforcement agency, an authorized employee of the Department of Safety, or an authorized employee of the Department of, in the example, Revenue Administration, but it would be any department, and that position would be approved by the Commissioner of the Department of Safety, and that last bit of language there, approved by the Commissioner of the Department of Safety, is important because there is still going to need to be some basic level of training and competence that the individuals are going to have, and the Department of Safety, as the agency that's responsible for interacting with the FBI, they still want to have some responsibility for that. So that's now consistent in each of the RSA references that we have in here. Other than that, the bill is the same as we had introduced it.
Thank you. Representative Muse?
The Department of Health and Human Services, I believe, also expressed some concerns over the fact that they may have to do this a lot, and there may be some significant additional training that's required. Is that one of the issues that you would expect to deal with, or you would expect the task force to deal with, whatever the final recommendations would be for the implementation, kind of across the board within different agencies?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that would be I would envision the members of the task force getting together, and if the Health and Human Services had a particular concern about, training, that they need additional training, that would be identified. The Department of Safety would, respond to that. If they needed additional resources, that would be included in the report, and then that would be presumably included in the budget request for the next biennium.
Thank you.
Just for clarification, so what I'm looking at is each section talks about each different department, if you will, in the statute that relates to that department. So, and it's all the same. I know there was a concern about have we fixed that with the time frame being implemented? I know Department of Health and Human Services were afraid that if this was implemented and they weren't up to speed with it, people would come to see them expecting that they're up to speed with it.
I think we have. I think by delaying the effective date of the statute, I mean, it gives the entities an opportunity to get up to speed. I mean, I think in all honesty, there's probably still going to be a little bit of a period where, if somebody walked into the Department of Health and Human Services on July 1st of 2025, they may not have everything in place that they need. But, I don't know how else you address that. They did not have a chance to see it before the meeting, but it's consistent with everything that we talked about when we met with them.
I asked
Representative Gathright, you have a question?
Yeah. I don't know why, but I had a notation here in the section that talked about the task force shall report its initial findings and any recommendations for proposed legislation to the Speaker of the House, by November 1st, 2024. And my note that I made said DHS don't have the resource for November the 24th. So I don't know, just wondering if that was addressed.
Before you answer that, Representative, let me just, is there anybody that's here from DHHS? Is there anybody that's here now here to discuss or have any input on House Bill 1197?
There are representatives from the Department of Safety here, and the Commissioner of Revenue Administration is with us.
You're able to speak on 1197? Yeah, will you please, please come join the conversation?
Happy to. Good afternoon, Lindsay Stepp. I'm the commissioner at the Department of Revenue Administration. So we're obviously one of the agencies that are required to perform background checks on our employees. We worked with Representative Munns on this amendment, and we're comfortable with how this bill reads. It makes the language within our statute consistent with all of the other statutes as to who can perform the background checks. We're comfortable in terms of the timing. We are a member of the task force, and we're happy to do that as well. And I'm happy to answer any questions about the process and what we do and why we do it, if that's helpful.
Yeah, Representative.
Lindsay Stepp. Last name is Stepp, S-T-E-P-P. First name Lindsay.
And this isn't really a question. This is maybe to answer what you had. You might be asking the same thing that I had, because DHHS had a specific concern about the time frame, the November time frame, but I think that's been answered by it being June now.
That's what I'm saying. I know, that was the other one. I did mark that as well. At the one at the very end, this is the one that he corrected, I think.
The resource issue that DHHS may have been speaking about was could have been budget. My guess is it was budget and financial to actually do the implementation in this fiscal year. So actually pushing the effective date out would seem to help that a lot.
Yeah, from our agency's perspective, the change in the effective date, I think, is helpful. It allows the task force to get underway, start to address any questions or concerns, as the sponsor mentioned, potential funding problems or funding issues that we need to address in the budget. But the effective date being moved back to June 30, 2025 allows us to address those things in the task force beforehand. And then, as he mentioned, the final report from the task force will occur 2 months after the effective date. So we'll again be able to comment on anything that we need to address, anything that the task force needs to with respect to this going live.
I was trying to write. So if I just may ask a quick question. This was something that I asked when we heard this in the committee, and the answer then was they didn't think this would affect it at all. But there was actually a subcommittee, or I'm sorry, it was a study committee that was made for the purpose of centralized background checks, fingerprints, and I think it had more to do with schools. Have you heard anything about that? Because I'm just wondering if this would kind of address that situation. That subcommittee, I was on it, but we've never met. Or sorry, that study committee, we've never met.
So I think for our purposes, I'm not sure that would. So for the reason why we perform background checks, fingerprinted background checks at the Department of Revenue is because our employees have access to data that we receive from the IRS. The IRS has a lot of regulations and rules, as you can imagine, around their data. And so in order for me to allow an employee to see IRS data, I have to confirm, I have to perform a fingerprinted background check. I have to do that upon employment, and then I have to do that every 10 years. So I think for our purposes, even if there was a centralized check, I think the IRS would likely still require that I perform it at employment and at that 10-year mark.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Stepp while she's here? Okay. If you don't mind, we might need you to, if you don't have any place to go, if you wanted to stick around just in case a couple questions come up. But if you do have to go, we totally understand, because
We like having standbys.
sometimes we can get off the rails. Is there anybody else here for House Bill 1197? Oh, you thought you were going to get off the hook and just stay back there? I think we all probably have 3 or 4 things in the fire right now. I'm kind of losing track of where I'm at, to be honest with you. A little bit. There you go.
Sorry. My name is Christine Shea, and I am the administrator of the Criminal Records Unit, which is within the State Police Department of Safety. And we are the unit that's actually directly in charge of the fingerprints within the state. And we worked very hard with Representative Munns on putting together what we thought would be the best for cleaning up the RSAs across the board so they would all say the same thing and allow the flexibility. Well, it's right now we're in a great spot with appointments. It would allow that flexibility moving forward if something were to happen again, like COVID and executive orders. So the language would be in place to enact that. As far as training, that would be something we would be responsible for, because we want to ensure that all the demographics, everything that's collected is correct. So that would be something we'll absolutely take the lead on.
And I don't know if you can answer this, but the way I understand correctly, that the education department is already doing this?
Yeah,
Or
so
some
they
people?
have the authority that they can. So a lot of superintendents will do ink cards, or some of them do have live scan machines.
And how is that working out?
It's again a training thing that was enacted quite a while ago, where we do need to have more training, and that's why we had the language in here per the Department of Safety Commissioner, because that way we can kind of oversee who is going to be taking those prints, and we can ensure that we are physically the ones training them.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Harry Gathright, did you have any questions or anything? You sure? Okay. Yep. Yes, you may.
No, I would like to just kind of follow up on Representative Mannion's question about the Department of Education. I met with the individual in the SAU for my town to talk about this process, and that's what got me interested in doing this bill. I would characterize this bill as kind of a first step in what I hope will be a longer term process to try to automate and speed up the process. The situation in our SAU, I think, is an example of what's happening around the state. The SAU, they took the initiative to purchase equipment to capture fingerprints electronically, so they don't use ink anymore. But because of the way the system is currently set up, my first reaction was, okay, great, you got these now digital. You should be able to just upload it to a file, send it in, and it'll get approved. That's not what happens. Because after talking with the Department of Safety, I think they may have purchased the wrong machine. So what ends up happening now is they have this wonderful machine that captures fingerprints digitally. They print out a card and they type in all the information on the demographics of the candidate. So it's all there digitally, and then they print off the card, and then they mail the card to the Department of Safety, the Criminal Records Unit, who then has to go in, re-enter the data, and process everything. So yes, the Department of Education, school officials are authorized to collect the information, and they're doing that. But there's a lot of work that we still need to do to kind of make that work more smoothly. And in my testimony, I kind of mentioned that, my initial thought was, well, that can't be that hard. Let's just upload it, push a couple buttons, bada boom, bada bing, done. And it's not that easy. And so my hope is that what this task force can do is start identifying some of those additional steps that we need to take so that we can make that happen. We should be able to make that happen, given the technology. It just requires some work. It's going to require some money, but it's not something that we can do overnight. And when I first started talking with the Department of Safety, after much prodding from me about, no, come on, we got to be able to do more than that. Come on, we got to be able to do more than that. They kind of dug in and said, no, this is an important first step that we need to do. And I think I was maybe able to convince them that, you know, okay, let's do that, but let's also have this task force to start looking at this. It's a much bigger issue, and this is just the start, hopefully.
So I've been in law enforcement for 30 years, and I know in the department I worked at, we went to, basically it's just an inkless system, which is a live scan that prints the card out and we send it in. We now have an AFIS system, which is connected to the system, if you will. Is that more what you're looking for? Like an AFIS type system where it's automatically sent through, or just a?
So what happens currently with, you look at school districts, they're not allowed to connect to our AFIS system because obviously there has to be a lot of protections in order to do so. And as Captain Muzzy spoke about the other day, it's a matter of one-way messaging to ensure that they're not able to tap in to the actual criminal side of the house because they're not authorized to do so, only law enforcement. So when we say that's going to take time, that's part of a bigger picture as far as getting that piece in there that we need to be able to do. But it is an AFIS system, which you take the electronic fingerprints, and on our side, all we need is the tracking number, the individual number for those prints, and we can see it on our side without them having to send a card in.
The technology might be there the one way, but you just have to implement that and make sure it's working.
Correct. And
Different
that's,
from a law enforcement
yeah,
agency,
and that's working with our vendor, along with some other agencies, just to ensure that those protections are in place, because we can't get that wrong.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, well, there's nobody else out there. So, what do you guys think?
Make a motion? Make a motion? Yeah.
Sure. Let me just write down on here because Karen's going to be, I don't have the exact form. She was going to bring it, but if I put it here, I can transfer it whenever I get the exact form. Representative Muse, you're recognized. Make a motion.
I would like to move a recommendation for approving Amendment 2024-0597H.
I'll second that.
0497H, right?
0597H.
Okay, so the motion is ought to pass, and you're offering amendment 2024-0597H.
Yes.
Seconded by Representative Mannion. Okay. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Muse?
Yes, I'd like to commend Representative Munns and the folks from the agencies who collaborated on this bill and continued to collaborate on this bill after the public hearing. I think we've gotten to a very good outcome by moving the effective date out. It seems to have addressed some of the concerns around resource issues. In New Hampshire, we always have concerns around resource issues. But I think the combination of the task force to really focus and prioritize on next steps within the agencies, and actually not having to actually do a lot of the implementation for this in the current fiscal year is really a good compromise that that allows us to move forward with what sounds like are much needed changes that are going to provide a lot more flexibility for the Department of Safety as well as other departments when it comes to this issue. So I think that this is a really good change, a really good amendment, and I'm happy to have put my name on it right under Representative Munns.
Very well said. Representative Mannion, do you have anything to say?
I agree with everything Representative Muse just said.
Wait. Well, Representative Newman, can you please? I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
I think the amendment addresses all the concerns that I heard during the first hearing, so I think this is the way to go.
All right, sounds good. Representative Newman, did you have anything to say?
No, I don't, and I apologize. Somebody gave me a phone to plug in, and
Okay, so we don't have a clerk, right? So we can just call this.
I think so.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
We can just do it.
All right. I don't. Do we have to do official? Or can we just do like a show of hands? How do we have? I don't know like the official rules for a subcommittee. Each one individually. Okay. All right, Representative Muse. So this
Yes.
is for the ought to pass on the amendment.
Yes.
Yes. Representative Mannion.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
yes,
Yep. Chair votes yes. So that is 4-0. Representative Muse, you are recognized to make another motion.
I recommend we recommend back to the full committee to pass the bill as amended.
Very good. Any more discussion? We're all good? All right. Representative Muse.
Yes.
Representative Mannion.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
yes.
And chair votes yes. That is also unanimous, 4-0. So we will make the recommendation to the full committee to ought to pass as amended for House Bill 1197. And with that, I will close our subcommittee work session and we'll be done. Thank you very much.
All right, opening the hearing subcommittee on, let's see, HB 1339 FN. And I'll be speaking on the amendment to the bill, which I believe everyone on the committee should have by now, correct?
Yep.
This basically addresses some of the issues with the returning of firearms for both domestic related 173B and 633-3A orders, in addition to other circumstances may have resulted in firearms being seized by law enforcement. The new amended bill, which I refer to as the McGue Amendment, is 2024-0531H. And basically it outlines court proceedings that initiate a time frame for the courts to be noticed and to provide for a hearing date within 10 business days. And it also outlines circumstances for the Department of Safety, as well as any potential deny responses in regards to firearms possession for an individual that has an expired order, or an individual that's petitioned the court for the return of firearms. Would anyone like to speak on this bill? On the amendment? Yeah. Trooper, come on up.
Yeah. Tell me how it's done today.
Okay. Do you want to actually hear from state police?
Yeah, he can talk.
Okay. We'll put him on the spot. That way it's better coming from him. I like it because he gets heated like I do.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Captain.
Yes, good afternoon, members of the subcommittee. Again, my name is Victor Muzzy, captain with the state police in charge of the Justice Information Bureau and happen to oversee the gun line. Relative to the amendment, I think the state police's, our position on the bill would be neutral. As a matter of practical application on lines 30, really I'll say from lines 28 to 31 on the first page. My thoughts on that from again a practical application in my experience with the courts is oftentimes when a check, what gets referred to as a NICS check, oftentimes that check for us is checking several things, of which is the NICS indices is one of those checks. And oftentimes we may require further follow-up or further research or further investigation with what we found from that initial inquiry. In most cases, 10 business days is reasonable. I think the issue or the possible practical application or technical issue here is on line 31, where it says the Department of Safety, lines 30 and 31, the Department of Safety shall provide a proceed response to the requesting court. And that's a result of if the NICS check is inconclusive and the Department of Safety cannot explicitly demonstrate that the individual is prohibited. In my mind, those words mean we have a definitive answer. And so what this says to me is if it's not definitive, then the answer has to be yes. And that's a little concerning because there may be some information that the judges should take into consideration when they're making a determination or having a hearing on the matter. And so if shall was changed to may, that would allow us to provide what information we do have for the judge's consideration, because my fear, again, judges being judges, if the law says shall, I'm only speculating that if they get a letter from me, because I've had to provide a letter that says proceed, then they're going to assume that if it's not a red light, it's a green light. Well, it might be a yellow light. And I guess changing one word from shall to may would allow for that versus, as I read this now, if it's not a no, it's a yes. Well, it might be a maybe, and I just would like the judge to take that maybe into consideration. And I think with that one word change, that is a possibility. Currently, the way it's written, I don't believe that would be a possibility.
Thank you, Captain. Anyone have any questions for the captain? Could you give some oversight to how it's currently done for the returning of firearms? And we'll use the example of a 173B situation to use that as an example. Walk us through the steps of how an individual would get their firearms back if they're in state police custody.
Yep. So I can speak to the gun line portion of that, and the check that is performed is the exact same check as when you're purchasing a firearm. As far as the databases that are queried and the check that is done, everyone refers to it as a NICS check. NICS is one of the indices that we check. There's several others for various things that may be prohibitors or may rise to the level of a prohibition. So for all intents and purposes, the check itself is done exactly the same way as it would be if you were purchasing a firearm as it is for returning of firearms, if that answers the question.
Could you just tell the committee who actually oversees the operations of NICS?
Lieutenant Mary Bonilla is the direct supervisor, and I'm the captain over the
I
lieutenant.
was referring to the actual agency.
Oh, I'm sorry, the FBI.
Thank you.
The FBI.
Are there any additional checks that are done through the New Hampshire gun line, through the Department of Safety, other than NICS?
Well, we check everything, I guess. And what I mean by that is we do a driver's license check in the first instance to make sure that that is a valid credential that's been provided. Typically, that's in the confines of an FFL. If we're getting court documentation that's obviously noting the subject's name and date of birth and things, we're taking that as the official documentation. So we're not necessarily doing a license check in that particular instance. But we're checking III, we're checking the in-state wanted files, we're checking NICS, and our protection order files that we get on a daily basis. So there's several things that we're looking at to come to an overall determination. It's not just the NICS indices. That makes sense.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions yet on the procedure on how it's currently being done for the returning of property? Representative Muse?
What is the role of the local agency who may actually have the weapons currently stored?
Yeah, and so what I can speak to is typically the state police, unless it's our criminal case, the state police gun line typically does return of firearms pursuant to superior court orders. And so I can't speak to the process that a local agency employs for the purpose of returning firearms. So I guess I can't speak to that.
This bill, though, this amendment would actually apply just to the state police in return of firearm situations, or would it also apply to local agencies as well?
I think it would apply to local agencies that would end up coming through the state police. So
Okay.
it's really going to apply to everybody. The language in here certainly has a couple of mandates for the Department of Safety. And so I worked for a local agency before I came on the state police 19 years ago. And I don't know that I was ever involved in the process while at that local agency for a return of firearms, but I suspect the process is similar, and oftentimes the gun line, my gun line becomes a resource for the local departments when they have a question about a record or an out-of-state record or something like that they may be looking at to help make the determination as to what that record is telling them.
And one more question that I have, the 10 days that seem to be set up as a deadline for receiving either a proceed or a deny. What this basically seems to be saying is that if the information is inconclusive, essentially what it seems to do is it seems to authorize returning of weapons potentially in a situation where you're still not quite sure if this individual is okay to return weapons to. Is that's my reading of it. Is that the way you read it as well?
It is, and I think in the interest of due process, you have to put a time limit on it. And so I'm not so concerned about the 10 days because in all honesty, from a practical standpoint, in most cases, we probably can get that answer within 10 days, a definitive yes or no. But there are instances certainly where we can't. And most of those instances where we can't is because we're relying on another state to get information in some cases, and they're just non-responsive, and we have no authority over them to mandate a response. We try to flag it and make it, a priority, getting their attention. But so that's the concern. I think, again, in 90% of cases, 10 days is probably long enough to make a determination. And in the interest of due process and speedy due process, the 10 days seems reasonable. It's really more what I perceive to be the issue with the judges. If they get a shall proceed from us, we're the state police, so we must know this thing says shall proceed because this particular bill says so, or RSA eventually says so. Really what I'm trying to say, I think to illustrate what you're asking is, let me just provide what I have to the judge, and the judge can make a determination. And what I do provide may be inconclusive, but at least the judge has got some more information rather than a simple proceed. So this to me reads that, well, if it's not a red light, it's a green light. And so, but it may not necessarily, be a green light. We just haven't gotten to the red light yet. It's like stuck at yellow.
Does this seem to be the kind of situation where you would require a court hearing rather than just issuing a proceed order?
I think it's probably a good idea. I think the intent is that would happen anyway. As I understand it, that the police department would get notified of the hearing and it could appear at that hearing if there were a question. I just want to make sure that the law would allow for that process to happen, versus everyone's busy, everyone's doing a million things. The court, I envision the clerk of court slipping a piece of paper into the judge, into the file that says, we've got a proceed letter from the state police on this. And while we could in that instance, provide that follow-up information, is the judge going to look at that where this would potentially say, shall provide a proceed letter? I realize the intent of this bill is to put us light years ahead of where we currently are. I just don't want to create a situation where we're not allowing for that.
Which the may would alleviate that.
I believe the may is a step in the right direction in helping alleviate that. Yes.
Thank you. Representative Gathright?
So, I understand the 10 business days. What's happening now? Like, before this bill, what are we doing? Is it 5-day or 30-day?
There is no time frame on it. I think depending upon when the hearing may be and other things, we're being asked, I think, from the Superior Court standpoint, and we do a check and provide whatever results we have back. We have a form that I think we fax back to the clerk of court that tells us basically the results of that particular check. If it's not a Superior Court that's reaching out, then I believe the local police are handling that at their level, not the state police.
Further question? Chief Goldstein, would you like to speak to the local agencies and how they handle these currently? Come on down, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Captain.
For the record, David Goldstein, Chief of Police, City of Franklin. Been a police officer for 44 years. Everything the captain said is correct. I ditto, concise, erudite, and on point. Our concern here is that what's happening is the shall, if it were a may, would go toward what we would be able to work with a little bit more comfortably. The way that this is written, it puts the onus on the state police to generate the information, but then that information has to come to me or whomever I delegate to take care of that. In this case, it would probably be my prosecutor and my legal secretary. A 10-day time frame, or 10 business days, really works out to about 2 weeks, give or take. But again, I've seen in the past, in my experience, when I, for example, might deny a firearms license to carry in the old days, it could take more than a few days to get before a judge. I think the judiciary would have to be trained in this as well, because Franklin, for example, would be going to Franklin Circuit Court, and we'd be asking the judge to make a decision that he or she might not be ready to make at that point, but it does fall to them, the judiciary, to do that. They are as strapped for individuals as much as the rest of us are. From a local point of view, the state police is doing us a service by generating the information that we need. But my question then becomes, between that time and when I'm ready to go to court, has anything else happened? So our process would be not only a NICS check, but a local records check to make sure that the individual hadn't engaged in prohibited behavior between point A and point B, if that makes sense. So again, as the amendment or amending this to may versus shall would help us as well. So I can answer questions perhaps.
And Chief, you're aware that this is a court proceeding that would be generated so that an individual filing a motion would have to go to court, have a hearing date, and all parties would be noticed as typical.
Exactly. And to be quite frank, how many times have we seen someone subpoenaed to court or given a notice of a court date, and then for whatever reason, that has to be continued and continued and continued again? For example, in juvenile law, there are very, very specific timeframes, and even there, cases can be continued as long as both parties agree. So this is something that, while certainly a Herculean attempt at trying to fix a problem that may exist, and a legitimate attempt, we still have to consider the reality of the situation, that 10 days may work, 10 business days may work, and as the captain said, 90% of the time, sure, that probably is true, but what about the other 10% of the time?
Anybody have any questions for the chief?
The question is,
Yes.
right now today, usually how long would it take? Because it's 10 days on this, in this amendment.
Again, it would depend on it. We try to get the guns. We don't want the guns. I'm going to be quite frank with you. We do not want them. And I think I can state somewhat unequivocally that my colleagues don't want to store the guns either. That's not our business. So we will make this happen as quickly as possible. If we need to do another NICS check to give the guns back, that's only a couple of days in our experience for the most part.
If he's saying it's a couple days, why are we upping it to 10 now?
That's if you're going through the local agency. If you go through a court to request a court hearing, they actually have to notice all parties involved so that the hearing is pushed out for the hearing date. It gives the opportunity, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, but it would give the opportunity for the, say in a 173B case, for an example, the victim could be noticed. Then you would have the arresting, or not arresting agency, but the local law enforcement agency would be noticed so that they could go speak at the hearing if they have an issue. So all parties would be noticed of the hearing date. If no one shows up except for the defendant, then that's obviously going to make for a short hearing.
And perhaps I wasn't clear, and I apologize. So what might happen is you would like your guns back. Now you come to me and say, I want my guns back. And my prosecutor will say, you've got to go to court, get a court order, and we'll give you your guns back. No problem, as long as everything is the way that it should be. That's when it would only take a short period of time, because then I've got a piece of paper from the court that says it's okay to give the guns back. That simple.
So, you have follow-up? Go ahead.
So with that said, so in this bill, we're not gonna be doing that because he's no longer gonna be taking care of that.
He's still, no, there's still, it's still an avenue. The only thing this bill really does as a practical matter is add a 10-day window to the court.
Correct.
So there's still background checks being done. It's the law enforcement communicated to me that I spoke with when working on the bill and with Tim McGee was that it was imperative that they had a court document that showed the due process for the returning of firearms that they could put either electronically or in a hard file, so that there was any further issues, they said, hey, here's the judge's order that said we had to return the firearms. So the due process would be there to return firearms. It would not be immediate. It would be the 10-day hearing. It is frames in the work for that the guardrails for the court would have the 10 days to hold the hearing. And as we've heard testimony, it's not uncommon for a judge that if he's not satisfied with what he has for information to continue that hearing until he receives the documentation he wants. One of the issues that has been brought up, and I don't know if the chief would like to respond to it or maybe the captain, but there are times under NICS when a check is done and they reach out to another state that they may never receive a response from that state, which you really have to balance out individual rights to property versus government inefficiency or neglect.
I would agree.
Yeah, and I would agree, and that was the concern here, is that oftentimes if it's a state issue, then we can get that answer because we have local people that we can reach out to. If I'm reaching out to Nevada, some other state that is like, oh yeah, we'll get to you and whenever, and that's to the point of the due process is we have to put a time frame on it. I just want to make sure that whatever we have within that time frame, we're able to provide the judge with that information to either then continue it, to allow for that additional time, or to say, okay, I don't think there's anything of concern there based upon X, Y, and Z, and we're gonna return the firearms. I think the time frame is a good idea. I just think my experience has been oftentimes we wait forever, it feels like, for other states to get back to us or other agencies to get back to us give us the correct information we need to make a determination. Oftentimes, just a conviction record or a criminal record does not speak to the depth that we need to make a determination for drug charges or for familial relationships if it's an assault case. And that's where we have to reach out to police departments, oftentimes to get the police report to understand, is this a qualifying or a disqualifying, in this case, relationship? And so those are the things that often take up a lot of time and just take longer than they probably should, because although they're urgent to us, they're not urgent to that other state or that other agency we're having to reach out to.
One thing I'd like to ask you is, can you kind of give a rundown of what happens if, say, an individual comes back as being a prohibited individual to purchase a firearm or possess a firearm, and they've already received it because the days of it lapsed for underneath the Brady law? What is the mechanism for dealing with an individual that has a firearm that the background check comes back later and says they are now prohibited?
Correct. So from the FFL standpoint, I realize it's a little off base from the intent here, but what happens is the dealer will call the purchaser and say, hey, we got your background check back. You're going to be denied. We need you to return the firearm. If that doesn't happen, the ATF gets notified, and then it's on the ATF and their responsibility to then go retrieve that firearm. And we make notice to them that, or between us and the FFL, notice is made that, that this person is technically a denial, and that retrieval of that firearm begins from the ATF's say so.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? Representative Muse?
When you look at the current process and this newly proposed process, how would you compare them in terms of the protectiveness of the victim? Because these do involve folks who had weapons taken away from them because they're under a restraining order. So the safety of the person, that the court decided should be protected, seems to be an important consideration here. I'm just wondering, is it the same? Is it different in some way?
We're always concerned for the victim, first and foremost. But again, we have to follow the rules that are set for us. So if a court tells me or tells whomever in my department they can have the guns back, that's the way that it is. And the onus falls on the court at that point. We don't have really the right or responsibility to deny someone their firearms just because. For the most part, I mean, we can take guns if we have to in a protective mode, but then there's a whole process that follows that for all intents and purposes, or we can get them out of the house, type of thing. But that's more on the local, that would be more on the local side, other than and not to speak for the captain, but having spent 23 years in the state police, other than the individual troops that would deal with some of these issues when they work in different municipalities, if that makes sense.
I guess another way of maybe asking that question is there anything in the way that this change is written that's actually more protective of the people that we're trying to protect than the current statute?
That might be a little bit of a qualitative answer than a quantitative one, but by putting a particular time frame on it, making sure the judiciary knows what its responsibilities are, we can contribute to that. Certainly, we're offering as much protection to the victims as we can legally give them. Does that make sense? Hopefully.
Thank you.
Question for the captain. Under New Hampshire law and federal law, to your best of your knowledge, what happens if a restraining order expires? Is there any prohibitions if there's no other prohibitions on an individual from purchasing a firearm that next day?
No, and I think that's one of those loophole areas where if they're going to purchase a firearm and the order is expired, we're doing the NICS check or the check at the time the purchase is made. So if that order is expired, it's out of the system, so to speak. We're not going to see it. It's going to be a proceed on that purchase. Relative to this topic, it may be a little bit muddier because now we've got guns in possession of the police, and how do we return those things? And it can't just simply be and I'm not going to speak for the chief, but I work for a local PD, and we're taking each other's roles here. Yeah, but we're not just going to have a defendant or an arrestee show up at the police station and say, I'd like my guns back, and and just give them to them. You know what I mean? That is obviously what this process would detail. So that's kind of one of those areas where do you own it currently? Are you purchasing it? And it's, I don't want to say a loophole, but the difference in process, I guess, as to.
But to clarify, at the end of the day, it still gives the ability to possess a firearm.
Yes.
If in absence of any protective order.
Correct.
So it makes it kind of a moot point. Representative Mannion?
Yeah, so they just commented. So basically, same things happen. If they want to buy a gun, they can go buy one. But you're under a court order to take the weapons. It's my understanding you would need a court order to return them. Even though the same thing's going to happen. Having the gun, it's not necessarily whether it's a gun or not. There's a court order to take that property. You got to need a court order to give it back to them.
Correct.
To protect the department from liability.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions?
Yes, I do.
Representative
So,
Gathright?
based on what you just said, so today, you don't need a court order? Is that part of the issue? You can just,
To purchase a gun, you don't need a court order. If the guns are in police possession, I think is what we're saying, then you would need a court order to return those.
and that's today.
Correct.
So I think her confusion is she doesn't understand the process really, and it is complicated. So you get a restraining order put on against you, and it expires. Let's say it's a temporary, it expires in 30 days. You could petition the court to get your firearms back upon expiration of that order. So the theory is that order expired, the state no longer has a right to keep my weapons from me. The department's saying, I agree with you, but a court ordered me to take them. The court has to order me to give them back to you. So they have some documentation to protect them. But however, the case today is you still need a court order to take them away and a court order to give them back. So, and that's what's happening today. This just puts a time frame on it. So, you know, the judge doesn't schedule a hearing out 3 months from now or 6 months from now. That's kind of what this is for. So
Okay.
if I'm missing anything there.
No, I think you got it.
Yeah. Just to clarify, the purpose of this bill is to establish guardrails, establish the due process required that most law enforcement agencies spoke that they wanted something from a judge authorizing return of weapons to safeguard their liability interests. That was one of the very big sticking points that we had, I think, on the previous bill we heard last week. Would you like to speak to anything from your agency, Pamela? Come on down.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Do I need to state my name or it's fine? Okay, Pamela. So I think we just reiterate the concerns raised by both the Department of Safety and Chief Goldstein. We just really want to make sure that safety is the priority here when it comes to return of firearms and that the appropriate checks are in place. I know this bill maintains the current process already in 173B and 633A. But that's just our priority here is just making sure. And so I think if the May recommendation would address those concerns and ensure that the judge has the adequate information to make the right determination that someone isn't legally prohibited and could be a danger, then that probably is fine. That is just our priority, is that the safety of victims.
So does having the judicial process of going before a court to have that has jurisdiction over the issue, would that satisfy your agency?
Yeah, we feel very strongly that the court order piece and everything is maintained. So we just really want a clear-cut process for this.
And as you probably know, the parties would be involved in being noticed for that proceeding so that they could weigh in on any evidence that they felt they should be required to tell the judge if there's a continuing issue.
Yes, yeah. We just, again, we appreciate the process laid out currently in statute. And so we just want to make sure that nothing moving forward would supersede that or take away any of the current safeguards. So we appreciate the conversation that was taking place this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else have any? Oh,
I do
I'm sorry. Representative?
I do have a question, just so just so I understand you completely. So basically, you're saying that you and your organization are okay if on line 31, page 1, we change that shall to a may, and that in a situation where there's uncertainty around whether a proceed should be issued, that should trigger a hearing, a court hearing?
So I am still running the language by a few folks at my organization, but with the recommendations from the state police and Chief Goldstein, we're comfortable because we have the same concern that Captain Muzzy, maybe you can help jump in. We right now, what he was saying with the red light, green light, and maybe, we just really want to make sure that if there's any, do you want to just jump in?
Yeah, I don't think it's cause for requiring a hearing. I think it's just, the hearing is already going to happen. It's just the ability for the fear is that the shall is going to tie the judge's hands also of only allowing the state police to say proceed or not. And we just simply want to present them with whatever information we may have. So not that we're looking for another hearing in that process, but just simply not, again, tying our hands that if it's not a no, it's a yes. We just want to be able to allow the maybe and say, here's what we have, Judge, in the interest of this person's due process. Maybe we don't have everything, and now it's on the judge to say, okay, weighing their due process with what we do have for information, let's make the best educated decision we can for what we have for information right here and right now. I realize the judges too probably want to have the full answer, but in the live free or die state, we also have to have due process for these people that are not possessing their guns that maybe should be. And so I think in the interest of both of those arenas, it's just simply allowing for us to give that additional input. I would feel better if that input was allowed versus, again, I know that even if the shall remained, there's some theory that the judge could still take that information. However, shall is a shall. So that says that the State Department of Safety, have to issue a shall proceed letter. And if that's all the time the judge has to read, that's what they're going to have. Whereas the may opens up the door for me to explain myself. Judge, we have a charge out of Brockton District Court in Massachusetts. We've reached out 3 different occasions for that and then if the judge decides, okay, we're going to continue this hearing for another 10 days so the state police can demand an answer from that entity, I think it just allows some flexibility in those probably limited cases where it's really going to be needed. Again, 90% of cases, we'll have an answer within 10 days. This is a non-issue. The other 10%, may get dragged on for some time, and we just want the ability to be able to provide that information. Again, if the judge says, nope, 10 days is it, I'm going to make a decision with what I've got, fine, we can at least have, in good conscience, said, there's more information here, Judge, we just don't have all of it. That's all. Yeah. No extra hearing.
And I have part of the court protocols for the current process, and I'd be happy to share that with you just to kind of hopefully better illustrate what I was trying to articulate. But I echo what Captain Muzzy said.
I think that would help actually some of the other members of the committee who would struggle to understand this is contrasting the current protocol with the new protocol.
I've been in the business for 30 years and I'm still
learning,
trying to get all
It's
this.
complicated.
Yeah, this end, so.
And just to clarify, the may would allow the state police to give a letter of explanation, if you will, on where they're at if they can't provide a proceed response. So it would be able to give more information to just the shall issue or proceed.
The issue becomes, I think, if you have a defense attorney at a hearing and it's going to argue, Your Honor, law says shall, the state police has to give you a proceed letter. Did they do that? You know what I mean? And so that's very narrow and it's tying everyone's hands. And I think, you are going to have that argument in good faith. Again, this person has due process rights owed to them. And the question becomes not whether the judge is going to consider it, but whether an attorney can make a good argument to say, you don't need to consider it, Your Honor. The law says they couldn't make a conclusion and they shall issue a proceed letter. And so thereby that defense attorney isn't wrong under the letter of the way it's currently written. And so the may will allow us to give whatever information we do have and prohibit that technical argument, in my mind, from being made by a defense attorney that says, it's either a red light, green light, Your Honor. They didn't give the information. Oh, the onus is on the Department of Safety or whomever. Too bad, so sad for them. If that makes sense.
Anyone else have any questions or concerns? Thank you once again. Committee discussion. This bill, as it is written, definitely, in my opinion, strikes a balance between the individual rights of a defendant and also the protection rights of a victim and the rights of the state to ensure all 3 shareholders are involved in due process and to be expediting that due process. The state has no legal interest in property once it's been seized if there are no prohibitions or under any other orders. And the state should not be in the business of just maintaining property just because. And I think the due notice given to everyone for hearings gives the local agencies that may be involved as well an opportunity to come and speak if they have valid concerns at a hearing held before a judge. I just see this bill as kind of really addressing some of the issues that we've been hearing about in the last week or so. And with that, anyone else have anything else they'd like to add? Rep. Mannion?
Just for clarification, so we all understand, this bill doesn't change the process. It just gives timelines, so things are done quicker than they currently are done. Is that how I'm to understand it?
Yeah, basically it just frames in guardrails so that the courts can't really push it out to crazy amounts of time. You're holding individuals' property that have no legal basis to really be holding. It's imperative to get that property returned to their owners if they're not a prohibited person. I guess it's that simple.
I do want to say that this is not the way we typically do things. So the original bill was very different from the one that's in front of us now. The original bill actually would have required the state police to do background checks for all firearms in New Hampshire, not just handguns. So when I originally saw the amendment, I was a little bit surprised that it actually replaces that with something totally different. So one of the things that I'm sort of thinking over are all the times in my own head when I've heard a problem come in front of this committee and I get an idea for a great bill and I have to park it because bill filing time was back in September. So I think one of the things that I have to do some serious thinking about is whether or not we're doing the rest of the committee a disservice and the public a disservice if we'd simply be recommending that this bill be accepted without a formal public hearing, because this, in effect, is a completely different bill from the bill that was originally proposed to us. And I'm not an expert on House procedure, but I would say this bill is sort of in the family of what we what we do, but I think a good argument could be made. It's not germane to the original bill at hand. So I understand and I appreciate the arguments and the positions. I appreciate the work that Representative Stone has done on this. I recognize that this is a good faith attempt to kind of move us forward in another area, but it's just something I need to do a little bit more thinking about before I say, yeah, I'm okay with it.
Representative Gathright? Yeah.
Why was there a change with the type of firearm?
You mean the firearm?
The initial bill.
Oh, the initial bill? The problem with the initial bill is we had, as a state, you have to either be a point of contact. You can't really, under the federal guidelines, end up doing dealer choice. In other words, as a dealer, currently in New Hampshire, if you go to purchase a handgun, that's run by the Department of Safety. If you buy a rifle, it's ran strictly under NICS. So you're calling the FBI on NICS, you're calling the state police on the handgun. So if you come into an FFL holder and you buy a handgun and a rifle, well, guess what? You're being ran under the state police for the Department of Safety's gun line. So really, it's not really was that big of a departure. It's something that's kind of already be currently done if you buy dual firearms. And the gun line currently, I think, handles a larger majority of handguns now than they used to. Is the predominant firearms that are purchased. And I don't know if the captain would like to speak on that.
So in 2023, the gun line. Now we do handgun and other checks, right? What's an other check? Several different things as defined by the FBI and kind of a sliding scale of those things. We did 84,505 handgun or other checks in 2023 to the FBI's 39,000 and change long gun checks. So those numbers over the past 10 years seem to have flip-flopped. It seemed the FBI held more checks than we did, and for whatever reason over the past, I'll say 8 years or so, those numbers have reversed. So we're doing, last year we did 85,000 to 40,000.
Now, as a follow-up question, do you guys also track the dual purchases such as a long gun and handgun, or you just primarily do it as a handgun?
Yeah, primarily do as a handgun. So in our current platform, we ask the dealer, is it a handgun or other? And the dealers know how to answer that based upon, so we are only tracking it as a handgun or another if there's another firearm there. We do get obviously noticed on the multi-sales and things like that, but yeah, we're not tracking whether it's a dual at the moment.
Does that answer some of your questions? Thank you. Thank you, Captain.
Good. So
Representative Mannion?
I think, so this isn't a question, this is, I'm just gonna explain. So the initial bill is something completely different. However, we had a bill earlier in the committee that was geared towards this, but
Needed some work.
he needed some work. So rather than do that, this bill was turned into different language. So it's a completely different bill, basically, but using the same.
And it still falls underneath the, and I believe it is germane. and
Yeah.
We might disagree,
It still
Representative
has
Hughes,
to do
but
with
it's still
NICS checks and
NICS checks and
background
background
checks
checks on 159.
So that's the issue that Representative Muse raised.
And as we all know, this is scheduled for Monday for executing, so, we have the weekend if anyone wants to voice concerns at the full committee.
So we need to amend this.
Yeah, I'll be doing the amendment for the change the shall to may to make everyone on the same page.
So how are we going to proceed with bringing this back to the full committee? No recommendation, or?
Would you like to have no recommendation at this point and then just bring it for the exec session?
Does that make sense?
That would be,
And discuss the issues that we were all raising.
that sounds good.
I think he's on board.
Are you on board with that, David?
Yes.
All right, so we'll take no vote today and just refer it to the full committee on Monday.
And that
And
would
with
be
that,
newly amended.
that'll be the newest amendment, which
To May.
will be the may. We'll change shall to may. The amendment to the amendment to the bill. Well, it's not 7 o'clock, and I hope everybody's okay with that on a Friday night. Thank you all for staying with us, and thank you for all your help. Have a good weekend.
Yes, thank you all.
No.